For the red suspension 83123.
You are about to ride along with Lance the PI in Sacramento. We are monitoring the police and fire scanner call. And when a good call comes in, we will respond. So make sure you watch this video. Watch it real good. Make sure you comment where you're watching from. And let's get it started. Let's get it started. They just put a call out. We're at the 304 alley right now. So we're getting ready to go to a call they just put out on Auburn Boulevard and Connie Drive, which is the way that we go when we are actually going to start our stream. So we're just doing a couple administrative things here on the background to get it ready for us. And then we will be headed here to this call here momentarily. We'll be headed here momentarily. How's everybody doing today? Hope everybody's doing great. Hope everybody's doing great. We're getting ready to do a couple things here, so just bear with me for a moment. Make sure you comment where you're watching from.
53 David, 57 David, the Honorable Barry with choice.
Public, everyone on. Boom, boom. Schedule the broadcast. So welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Boom, boom. Schedule the broadcast. So post.
Sure, okay. Going into.
Yeah, when we were here, one of the 304s just got into a car. While we were here, one of the 304s got into a car while we were here. So welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Let's do it. Let's head to the scene.
7300 Sun Creek Way, engine 28, operations A2.
It was on Auburn Boulevard and Connie, which I think is down there where there was a couple women or something fighting.
Lincoln John, 5489, on a green Dodge.
Right now we're coming up to Roseville Road. We are coming up to Roseville Road. So welcome in Mama G, Linda, Susie, Kimmy, Lindsay, RAG, Lacrone, Susie, Miss Ann, Kimmy, Linda, Lacrone. Welcome in, everybody. If I missed your name, I apologize. But we are on our way. We're getting ready to start this live stream using our new equipment. So we may have a few technical difficulties throughout the day, in the evening, but we're working on it. But I spent a lot of money on this equipment so that I can give you guys a better stream, a better, clear stream. Something I can get out of the car with. You know, just like yesterday, we got out the car, was able to zoom in and see the carjacking suspect. But right now we're on Roseville Road, getting ready to head and go south on Roseville Road. You're addicted to this channel? Okay, welcome in.
Trooper 602 on Haystack.
You got somebody the same name as you, Cammy? Okay. Or Kimmy? I'm probably saying it wrong.
For 94-year-old male, altered level of consciousness at 613 North Harbor, crossing Riverbank. Closing place. Roadless is going to be useful 85.
20.
319 copy.
Okay, we just passed Longview Drive. We just passed Longview Drive.
District 56, 5641, Martin Luther King Boulevard, Engine 6, Operations B3. Stop 53, Medic 256, Medical 8, District 53, 7000, Stockton Boulevard, 153, Medic 256, Operations AB.
Yep. Okay. About 6 foot black jacket, gray shorts, black hat. He's up passenger side right now.
Copy. Charles 32 and 33 are en route.
Copy. Foot on the brake. Passengers getting in. Engine on.
Italy, District 60, 100, Centennial Circle, Medic 854, Engine 54, Operation 3.
Okay, so we're here. I see the police just drove away. So they must not be no crime going on. I just saw the police car drive away. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. We are in Sacramento. Okay, there's another officer getting ready to set up to come south. Set up to come southbound.
Probably can get on camera view here in a second. Still continuing northbound. Looks like he's approaching T-Tom.
Engine 18, other level 1.
Okay, there the officer is right there.
Del Paso Road and North Gates Boulevard. Engine 18, Operations D2.
Why is the screen just jumping?
Copy. David 22 straight for the 415 on Aurora Seco.
Hey, SAC Action, welcome in.
Yeah, real-time 8 traffic's moving. I lost sight of him. He'll still in the number 2 lane northbound. We have 16th and Capitol pulled up, so we'll let you know if he passes by.
Copy.
Yeah, SAC Action. I got to figure out how to turn on shaky hands. Plus, this road is bad.
Medic 6109, Medical 8 Code 2, District 109, 5325, Angle Road, Medic 6109, Operations A2.
Oh, Maryland. Yeah, I heard about that. That person that got ran over at that bar on Auburn Boulevard. There was a fight that took place inside the bar. There was a fight.
4-2, we're behind it.
Uh-oh. Hold on.
16th, Q clean, facing northbound.
Q beepers on. Facing northbound.
Okay, hold on a sec, folks.
Two 21st Street.
Coming.
Cooperative, so what?
Copy. Keep out cooperative.
Oh, we got a member, a new member. Mel just became a new member.
I got good.
8 William Zebra Paul. 868.
Shutter tab. Go to the menu button, navigate to the shutter
31
tab.
clear, expired 8824 on the 2003 Mercury out of Sacramento.
Let's go to the shutter.
Truck 6, Medic 8, Medic 08, District 4, 40th Street and Folsom Boulevard. Truck 6, Medic 8, Operations B3.
Copy, calling her out. Submission on scene.
Two 2829.
Go ahead.
92690 Mary 2.
On 4. Channel 3 has a beaver going. Can you log me off 908?
Copy.
Yeah, we're 22 copy.
It was in Mandela at Starbucks.
Arch fire into the bridge. There's a bunch of night smoke coming up from under there.
Copy.
Frianza. A little bit more accurate address. Let's go 1516 Frianza Ave.
Copy, what's the plate?
I mean, 9 Frank Union Robert 946, and I'll actually have another one as well. 6 Boy Mary Charles 981.
Copy. Break 2, information on any call?
Frank, I'll take a look.
10-4.
Go into the menu to the global section focus, down to level 5 peaking display menu.
Or additional unit needed. Increase copy 242 in progress. 2715G George and 3B Sacramento guest house. There's 2 residents in that 242. No medical attention is needed. Additional unit needed. 242 and 3B.
Chance right goes.
Thank you.
Photo.
Check.
Seven, Operations B3.
Deactivate steady shot in your
So a small knife that was discarded on OV235. It should be on the ground. If we're able to pick it up and just put it in the cab or throw it away.
To activate and deactivate steady shot in your Sony Alpha 714.
So 11 copies, I'll do that next stop.
Image stabilization and activate or deactivate.
Looks like paper plate. Charles George 91426.
It's going to be inside of a gray
Hyundai for WSA early 30s, about 7, heavy blue jeans. Slapped what appeared to be a WSA 14 years of age with an open hand, possibly the daughter. Subject is now
Let's
sitting
do
outside
it.
the vehicle, no longer smacking the Jew. Subject is going to be parked on the side of Crumble Cookie. Good.
Survey and ground line.
I copy you.
Black POW, no plates. 2.
I copy. Trump 25, please. 6 12 10 24 on the 2011 Infinity. Out of Sacramento. Engine 4, medical aid code 2, District 4, 201, 29th Street number A, Engine 4, Operations B3.
Right, so remember the second call, we now have an additional caller who advised that the subject was referring wrong at him.
Okay.
Do you know what traffic for reviewing? We're sitting with you know what traffic for everyone. I copy. And use 7858 for the 415 terminal. Medic 665, medical aid code 2, District 34, westbound US 50 off-ramp, to Prairie City Road, S665, operations at 2.
W. William, 898-6935.
I think because I had it zoomed in, that's why it was jumping so much.
We have silver with you too, or life. One to 10, I'll be on the search.
Oh, I've already eaten. I had a salad. I had a chicken salad for dinner.
Mercedes out of Sacramento. Crazy, can I take that? 10-7, 700 H Street. That's fine. Security 661. Security 661, go ahead. 10-7, 700 H Street.
Yeah, I had it zoomed in too much, and it was picking up everything. So every little move, we was jumping, jump. Are we getting ready to cruise through the Shell gas station? We're going to go through the Shell gas station.
Security 658.
Security 658, go ahead.
This should be 10-7, 700 H. I did one that you're checking clear.
Copy. I'm okay.
Site 2 back online.
We're at Beaumont now in Rio Linda. Northbound Beaumont from Rio Linda.
Vehicle accident, District 108, 7820, Bill Oaks Boulevard, engine 108, operations 18.
Mama G, we haven't seen Rocky in, what, 2 weeks now? But Beaumont and Rio Linda, Beaumont and Lampasas now.
North 1, no.
Ever 10 status.
All right, we're playing the emoji game. We're playing the emoji game, everybody. If you see a police car, you put a police car emoji in the chat. If you see an ambulance, you put an ambulance emoji in the chat. If you see a fire truck, you put a fire truck emoji in the chat. If you see a Volkswagen Bug, you put a, we're playing slug bug, so you put a slug and a bug in the chat. Now we're on Eleanor, going westbound Eleanor.
2 black male juveniles, 13 to 14 with white football padding over black sweaters or sweats. Now 242 the female with that.
You're being reminded why you moved from Sacramento? Okay. Hey, big dog, welcome in. Fairfield and Eleanor. Fairfield and Eleanor.
I'll return telephone. That's fine.
We're going to see if Rocky's out there. Hey, Soul Lover 49er, welcome in.
I'm going to stop. Here's what to do so.
I copy, bud.
9 Paul Frank 019. Should be on a Toyota.
Copy.
Now we're northbound Norwood. Northbound Norwood. The California dude, you say it's funny to see down and out people? No, it's not funny. It's sad. What are you doing to help them? Said those were nice areas in the 70s. Yep, I bet you they were. kind of you, big dog. That's kind of you.
Information 70, clear from last photo search.
Information 70, got it.
Thanks.
Now we're at Norwood and Ford.
Seven.
Hey, Idaho.
Can you put us on a vehicle stop? We are from eastbound coming up to East Parkway, 9 North Paul Frank 076. It's a gray Ford with 2.
Copy.
Frank 2.
You can clear the 1029 with David 11 and log him off.
10.
Westbound Ford. Westbound Ford.
George 43, you're still on that.
21. Okay, I'll be going in just.
Copy, okay. Great. George 43, you're still on that. Contact citizen. Do you want to be on that? Stop. George 21, I copy you.
You can.
Right. That's me. Okay.
All right, folks, I'm about to put it on subscriber only chat. So if you ain't subscribed, you ain't gonna get to chat with us.
203, way up to the game. Okay.
Copy to the standard, okay.
Very young.
Copy. Medic 15, Engine 15, Medical 8, District 15, 2700, Norrington Drive, Medic 15, Engine 15, Operations E2.
Okay, there we go. That should eliminate all that BS talk.
Medic 1, Medical 8 Code 2, District 4, 201, 29th Street number B, Medic 1.
If you want to talk, you
Operations
got to be a
E3.
subscriber. That's it. But if he comes in here, do not delete him, mods. He can talk like that. I don't care. Don't block him. If he wants to voice his opinion, he can.
Yeah, Papa, he's still on a 983 at Franklin and Johnny South.
Copy.
Okay, so we're getting ready to come down here to see if that. Uh-oh, we got a dirt bike. Dirt bike.
Illegal burn, District 62, Broad Shore Road at Oaks Drive, Engine 62, Operations A3. Engine 65.
Welcome in, everybody.
Medical 8,
Welcome in.
District 65, 10870, Corona Road number 23, Engine 65, Operations A3.
Did they get the car? Somebody towed the car, but they didn't get the rest of the junk.
Using number 2880.
Yeah, somebody towed the car, but not the rest of the junk.
Copy.
Are you on the radio? Over. You free for a phone call?
I'm on a 2020 Toyota out of Sacramento.
Hey, WDL, thank you for the subscribing.
My name is Lee. 368 report Biscay Way.
All right, we coming up to Maury Ave. We don't see Rocky nowhere.
How far you get out of it?
I copy. Edward 22, K92. I'll show you in route 1399 back off.
Where's Rocky?
Get it, brother.
We're in Sacramento, California. We're on Maury Avenue and Western. We're headed westbound or eastbound Maury right now from Western.
Over 20, copy. $30 from everyone. Tower 10, front 2.
He gonna pass me.
Go ahead.
Check him out.
Pass out there.
Check him out.
Code 4, finishing up there.
On a mini bike. He on a mini bike.
Probation 70.
Show me in Sacramento County at 2441 Kim Avenue.
Video 1, just a CPD 30 at 237. You can let me go out today. Be north of 39 SXF.
Edward 12, copy.
We might come into an area where it buffers in here, so just stick around. We'll get out of it in a sec. There's a mini bike again.
Train 4, LV 218 should be leaving 16th and approaching 13th. It will hold at 13th. Can board the coach, correction, board the LV 218. They come through the black all gold, white all black with the dirty white blanket.
We got to go get some gas real quick.
13th or 16th? 13th. It's going to be an inbound train.
Everything is illegal in California, so yeah.
District 41, 6320, W Drive, Engine 41, Medic 641, Operations A2. Rescue 20, Medical Aid, District 20, 702, Bill Pass Boulevard, Rescue 20, Operations E2.
We're on Norwood right now, folks. Norwood Avenue.
Engine 108, Other Level 1, District 108, 5139, 0800 Drive, Engine 108, Operations A2.
Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. on Silver Eagle going westbound Silver Eagle. All right, Bougie, we'll be here.
Squad 102, medical aid code 2, District 102, 4828, El Camino Avenue number 116, Squad 102, Operations A2.
Security 618, 107 Northgate.
Now we're at San Juan and Northgate. San Juan and Northgate.
Medic 24, medical aid code 2, District 102, 4828, El Camino Avenue number 116, Medic 24, Operations A2.
X-ray, Robert Yellow, 755, Sacramento.
Brandon, we'll see. Probably as long as my batteries will last. So a couple of hours.
5 with a Ripper, Tom North.
195 check. George 23, you can cancel.
Paramedic.
Now we're on Northgate going south. Southbound Northgate.
Murder 95 car stop.
Okay, hold on.
195, go ahead.
Marysville, Roanoke.
Marysville, Roanoke. We're nowhere near there.
Remember Petey's.
But that's a motor officer. They just pulled a car over.
If we can make it Roanoke and Balsam.
Boy King Lincoln 487 is clear current on a 2022 Mercedes out of Sacramento.
All right, we're passing Sotano on Northgate going south.
That's where.
We're coming up to El Camino right now. El Camino. We're going to be going west on El Camino from Northgate. West on El Camino now. Westbound El Camino.
Charles 44.
Melanie, no, we're not on a chase, no.
Yeah, come 940 is back at the house.
We're waiting on a good call to come in that we can respond to. That's what was going on. Hey, Angel, welcome in. Oh, you see something? I see something. I want to see some emojis. I want to see some emojis.
Nora, Charles 474.
You guys know the emoji game.
And then it's clear turn on that 2024 Sunday. Let it all go. Medic 24, Medical 8, District 109, 7125, Boulevard number 304, engine.
Hey, we just got a
Medic 24,
super chat. Thank you for that super chat. I can't read who it is, but thank you for the super chat. Yeah, once we pull over, I'm going to try to adjust the settings on the camera for low light, because I don't know if the picture's getting kind of dark right now.
14 Bravo, Operations D2.
Y'all didn't see those fire trucks on the right? Okay, I'm going to go slow because they right next to me. I'm going to go slow.
With a ripper, Tom North.
Motor name, I check.
Good.
Doors are back.
Another gun.
Ball, blue Mercedes, dispatch 1.
If y'all can't see that?
Left away, from 35, Operations A2.
There we go. Get those emojis up.
306.
Motor 28. Can you repeat that?
Confirm your plate is 8 Zebra John Paul 306.
7.
Turn on the 2022 Mercedes out of stock.
Yeah, how's that picture a little better right there?
Okay. Copy, which they're requesting evidence for? She said his legs are hurt. He's in the wheelchair and it took over. Looking to the wheelchair took over. Okay. Copy. Give me the page and race.
Vehicle stopped in the roadway. Multiple passed out occupant. International Zinfandel.
Go ahead.
4 Sam David 5346. Second one is 4 call from 9815. And I have one car for you for Virginia Police Authority.
But
Union George Victor 2377.
Copy. And what's the race and age? Early 30s, 40s.
Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. We're in Sacramento.
Copy. 30 boy hammer guys. With my ambulance for leg pain.
Hi, copy, go ahead.
9 Henry Robert Edward 1879 Toyota.
West El Camino and Gateway Oaks, going westbound.
That was trying to take her vehicle as GOA. It sounds like a dispute over the purchase of the vehicle and who it belongs to.
Big 27 from video 1.
We're in Sacramento, California. Sacramento, California.
Hey, farm. Copy. What's on fire right now?
recovery. This is unrelated to my call, but all four lights at Reed and 80 East are flashing. Coming.
Along Spectrum 27, the passenger doesn't want ambulance assistance anymore. Copy. Thank you for the update. Testing.
It's 55 degrees in Sacramento. It's perfect weather.
Inspector 2. Thanks, very good. I understand we're going to code for the...
You know, ever since I've been listening to the scanner, when I started going live in November of 2023, it's had that robot voice.
10-4.
On our property, then this may be something we need to capture. We may have to check with the TA on the initial medical request on the time points. We're going to need to verify that LRV, and if there's something you can capture while still in motion, that we can see. Copy. So, Special 27 from video 1. Does the subject still have his wheelchair, or did the wheelchair hit him? The passenger, he fell out of his wheelchair. It fell backwards. I didn't see it happen. He said he was trying to move for another passenger, and he fell backwards. Copy. About how long ago this happened?
Have any clear from last with a search? Howdy.
Small system clearance back, Barnaby.
Go ahead.
User David 49 695-712, first of Juan Jose.
Yeah, I had salad today, yes.
Test.
Does it work? Just last potential contact number. The passenger got on the train before me. He got on the GO line train. He's headed towards 16th Street. Well, he got to go to 13th Street first. Any information you can
Now, who
gather,
is she fussing at? Stop fussing and finish pumping your gas.
What you saw in the LRVs. Stop. Inspector 27 from 31. Just one last question. Did it occur on LRV 124?
Go ahead.
Keep him in a subject stop. Bruce for consumers.
Nathan, go ahead.
It's a BMA. It's a possibly Zachary Brown. He's a foul. Just gonna flip around and confirm.
I copy.
Ortiz traffic stop. Kyle Road.
Copy that.
8 George, Henry William, 846, Honda, is unknown.
I copy. Engine 57, External Alarm Residential, District 57, 4610, Wilkie Parkway, Engine 57, Operation B3. Truck 50, Medic 7, Medical 8, District 50, 7383, Gardner Avenue, Truck 50, Medic 7, Operations A3.
Where are you going?
Affirm. Ten mark.
In Henry, yellow, Adam, 331 on a Tesla.
What about the...
I'm clear on the site.
I copy.
Hey, Richard, I'm clear arrest and going to be 10-6 at the PD on equipment.
Okay.
Eagle 41.
242, can I get an additional unit and a supervisor, please?
Uh-oh, what's he need a supervisor for?
I copy. Requesting a second at Moldado Highway.
What did he do?
Copy.
He's asking for additional unit and a supervisor. He done something.
So I saw okay, I got 1 to 10.
Copy 1 detained.
That usually means he didn't use force on somebody. He didn't use force on somebody. All right, folks, I'm getting some gas and some coffee. I'll be right back.
I got it.
Unwell, Franklin 36.
Go ahead.
I got a plate when you're ready.
I'm sorry, I must have missed my application list.
36 is there. For 106. So both photos are matched.
Hi. Would you like the stock warrant for Johnson to the PD or the jail?
The jail's fine.
Copy.
Registration correct pending on Mackenzie. The 16-year-old, 242, his 12-year-old brother, 16-year-old's GOA on foot, southbound towards Twin Cities.
Did I preempt it from?
45 traffic. Put you back on the original call and just put you CLA there.
45, I'm sorry, say again?
Do you want me to put you back on the original call and then I can just do the other one together?
Sure, thank you.
Cover 12 from Ever 10.
Go ahead.
DDA assistance over there.
I'll go for it.
Copy.
Ever 12.
Good.
Ever 12. Johnson's warrant is en route to YCJ. His probation officer is requesting a phone call. It's linked line 36. And I've been unable to get in contact with our records for the first one.
So copy.
Checking unit with the PAS 36 and Franklin. The 45.
Hey, firm. Hey, you guys have a Piranha to put under his tire? He's known for a lot of persons.
We'll check to see if we have one. He's got to get in the car though. Can I get the call number, please?
Charles 13, your call number is 25460-25460. Charles 13, can you repeat that? Confirm, it's going to be 25460
25460.
Copy, thank you. SP1.
Copy.
Area secured 1097 MU.
10-4. First exchange, clear site.
Yeah.
It's up.
Go ahead.
Yeah, 6050 Elder Creek Road on H X-Ray William King 286. Me at Silver Honda 1, all lives.
Copy. I'm here at red 94 60 60 class. Release for liability out of Oakley.
All right, I'm back, folks. I am back. Did y'all miss me? Did you miss me? Did you guys miss me? All right, let's see what's going on here. Anything happen here? I saw I got a donation. I appreciate it.
No weapons seen, male black 20s, thin build, 5'6", black hooded sweatshirt, black sweatpants with white stripes and red bands. Thanks.
You miss me, Linda? Okay. All right, let's go. Angel said, no, you didn't miss me. I'm gonna be playing with this sound machine.
It was confirmed.
Okay, I just taking over for days. For Paul Edward Yellow 293 is clear, expired 11/8/24 on a 2001 Toyota out of Sacramento.
Engine 46, Medic 45, Medical Aid, District 46, 835, Looping Court, Engine 46, Medic 45, Operations A3.
Fire out of here at Lot 89, Flat IH. Texas someone called 911. Copy, we are on the way right here, sir. You will see if it was for this call or a fire call. Location is going to be West Stockton and Mall. Dave Boy, Lincoln Fall, 598. It's on that silver Kia within it.
Yeah, if you was trying to hotwire a truck, that wasn't me.
illegal burn, District 12, 2719, 29th Avenue, Engine 12, Operation B3.
All right, Linda, get better.
Numbers are 25-0098.
Do I serve civil summons only? No, I serve anything. Eviction notices, restraining orders, small claims papers, you name it, I'll serve it.
Copy.
Okay, here's a little ad for myself. Can private investigators serve legal papers? Yes, they can. People hire me every day to serve documents here in the Sacramento region. So if you need documents served, there's a link on the video description. It says, service or process or order process service.
I copy.
Medical aid, District 20, 76, Fairbanks Avenue, Medic 20, 1020, Operation E2.
Do I serve bench warrants? No, I don't.
Yeah, and just confirm you said 2 detained, correct?
10-9, low volume.
Confirming 2 detained.
After.
Yep.
LA condos, Viva Lily and Apartment 101.
Their information was trying to leave. The party's walking from the car now. Male's also holding a little girl who appears to be hurt. Additional unit needed, 1900 Broadway.
And the 2 kids are inside, 14-year-old and 10-year-old.
Not good news, then. Fire department do not identify who called, so they're taking off.
Oh, do you guys want to get an update on that person that was run over there on Auburn Boulevard at Henry's or Harry's bar?
Mary Charles King, Sam Charles King, or Mercedes.
Okay.
We're at West El Camino and Azevedo right now.
Edward, X-ray, 513, it's a red. Tesla.
Okay. $254.89.
Okay, at Harry's Bar and Lounge, or Harry's Lounge on Auburn Boulevard, a fight broke out inside that ended up outside. And one of the one of the people that involved in the fight, the one that ended up getting run over, pulls out a gun, and then he gets knocked out and drops the gun, and his son picks the gun up and starts shooting at the people in that white Camaro who were trying to get away. And during them trying to get away, they ran over the father. that had been knocked out. So the guy with the gun, the son, ran down the street and they ended up catching him. But he ended up getting charged, I think, with murder and attempt murder.
Brandon Pinnell, 8 X-ray Adam Union 701 Toyota.
And it looks like that vehicle went southbound 29th from Broadway for another witness. Adam Union 601 is clear current on a 2015 Toyota out of Sacramento.
Negative, unless unit can advise.
Motor 21. Can you give me advice, please?
Waiver.
Lieutenant, can you go from the open?
Negative, unless unit can advise.
Give me the key numbers again.
Not sure. Stand by just one.
Let's go see if they fixed the window on that liquor store
72,
that got ran into the other day. We're at the Bel Air on West El Camino in Truxell.
Engine 66, Medic 62, Medical 8, District 66, 3021, Sunrise Boulevard.
Look at this fool. What's the rush, dude? What is the rush?
Operations A3.
Man, you just in a parking lot. What you rushing to?
Water Tender 58, Vehicle Fire, District 68, Eagles Nest Road and Kiefer Boulevard, Water Tender 58, Operations A3.
I'm not finding it.
Timber.
Oh, look, the cigarette store still got the boards on the window. They haven't fixed that glass.
Shifting through for another 5th time.
Still got boards on the window.
Solid 21, it's clear current on a 2025 Lexus out of Velcro. Ready?
You show me at 300 8th Street.
Mid 8th Street.
Are you back from letting the dogs out? Okay.
Tracking place 247 to 20th Street. Yep.
Yeah, it was in a different location. But it's confirmed.
Eastbound
Right.
West El Camino. We are eastbound West El Camino right now.
Your warrant's good, correct? The local felony for Jose.
Okay, thank you. Order 95 with a Ripa, Adam North.
Order 95 turn. Boy Mary Union. The return's clear and expired as of 23 on a 92 Honda with a release of liability to a David Garcia out of Sacramento. And there are no RIPs.
Engine 19, vehicle accident, District 19, eastbound Business 80 west of El Camino Avenue, Engine 19, operations P2. Medic 7, Engine 7, Medical 8, District 7, 8200, Bruceville load number 316, Medic 7, Engine 7, operations D3.
Set and lifted.
All right, folks, when we get over here across the levee,
On a 2024 Tesla.
the signal breaks up a lot. So if we get a buffer and just stick around, we'll get out of it.
Motor 21, can I be at 1 Mike Yell? No reason.
All right.
David 9405112, last of shoot, and I'm okay.
Yeah, we made a circle. Yep. Hooker run? No, we ain't doing that right now. No. We go into the rock so I can drink my coffee. We're gonna go so I can drink my coffee while it's still warm, but not too hot. I had to go to the pink store. What was it? Yesterday I went to the pink store. Has anybody ever been to the pink store right here on El Camino or West El Camino? I had to get 2 screen protectors for 2 of my phones, and then a new case for one of them.
Can you run to office contact by ID number?
Do it first.
DY yellow 3820084. Break per second.
Good.
5 yellow 9148684.
Medic 77, Medical Aid Code 2, District 74, 9591, Crossed Court, Medic 77, Operations A3.
I don't think they sell cell phones, and I think it's just accessories.
Engine 101, Medical Aid, District 101, Fulton Avenue and
I don't think they sell cell phones in that store. I think it's just accessories. Cases, cords, chargers, holders. Yeah, I think that's what they do in there.
Sir, we can help add you to the call. Came in at the 920 Sunrise Boulevard for the Sunrise Lower Access for a 13-year-old stating that he's lost. At the park, you can see a sign that says Jedediah Smith Trail.
Start up. Okay, 920.
10-4, and looks like his RP is going to be in a BMJ 13, bright red jacket and gray pants. The friend is a WFJ 14, dark red shirt, black shorts. These days you can hear a female screaming in the background trying to get the caller to talk to the police station.
Oh, wow. They got 2 kids out there off of the bike trail off of Sunrise. They lost. A young boy and a young girl. What the heck are they doing out at the after dark on the bike trail?
Charles, go ahead.
I might have missed it, but what vehicle was the suspect initially in, and did they leave it on scene?
Well, we'll confirm with the call taker. Charles 27, Charles 26 on a 242 in progress, 1636 Eldridge Avenue and 2B. Male and a female are in a 242. Male made the female get out of the vehicle.
1626 Eldridge. Why does my signal keep breaking up?
Who's assigned over for Franklin High School? History?
101. This is 80 Fulton Avenue, engine 103, operations B2. Engine 109, Medicaid 106, Medical 8, District 109, 5120, Marconi Avenue number 25, engine 109, Medicaid 106, operations A2.
Oh, neither of the taco places is out here today. What's going on?
We're going to come here or not? Okay. Yeah, we'll send her. Let me get close to the front. Okay.
Engine 50, illegal burn, District 50, Florential Lane and River Road, Engine 50, operations A3.
Morning.
Truck 17, Medic 111, Medical 8, District 17.
Let's get some action going.
May Street, Truck 17.
Let's get some action
Medic
going.
111, operations B2.
My headlights off.
Sure, come. They're trying to throw it out. There's a couple of people out there as well.
01, Medical 8, District 101, Fulton Avenue and Marconi Avenue, Medic 101, operations A2.
Brian just subscribed. Welcome in, Brian.
First name Alex.
No, Dread, I haven't seen any around, no.
Charles 66 up.
Charles 66.
Tower is Belvedere on 9 King Union Zebra, 987, I'll be back.
You said there's a lot of them in LA closed as well?
Engine 31, Medic 8 21, Medical 8, District 31, 4824, Forestal Street, Engine 31, Medic 8 21, operations A2.
The initial closing appeared to occur in front of 2025 Broadway.
Copy.
Hey, Linda, welcome in. Appreciate you.
Changes to welfare check. Okay.
X-ray 4, we have one female detained, code 4.
We wouldn't be able to take good one.
Their unit and vehicle 159109 with traffic.
I saw you coming up. Shit, I'm looking
Looking you up is 97, RCCC, and the one is 10-7 in West, please.
What unit is this?
They are flying, not.
3027.
Okay, y'all look at
Copy.
it tomorrow. Yeah, when you get here, there's what it can do. If it can pick up, the 1, 2 lanes, please. They're all 800 megahertz now.
Did you request you can cancel?
It does 146 and that kind of stuff, but I got a little antenna. I've got antennas at home, but I didn't hook it up outside.
We got an update saying that they're unable to get to the trail because of the thorns.
It comes up with some stuff, but I don't know if it's something you want. If not, I'll look at it. Now, they're all over the internet.
Thanks, thank you.
eBay goes, shit, there's hundreds of these things, but all the ones I looked at, all were pretty sorry shape.
Oh, Dr. Buster.
Mine's a pretty good shape, pretty good garage. Okay. You know, and I use the hell out of it. It's just I don't have the antenna for it.
Well, he's detained, okay.
So far.
Some idiots out there, huh? If not, you know, just give me a holler. Say, hey, I don't want it. Throw it away. Okay. It's the ice plant. Okay. That's where my phone.
Yeah, I'll take a look at it tomorrow and see if it's something that'll work for what I'm using.
It would probably do the trains because they're down in the low frequencies. That kind of stuff. But all of the police force and that kind of shit.
They're all 800 megahertz now.
Yeah, I use my phone now. I don't even have a. I thought I had another scanner.
No medical attention's
I had
needed.
a unit in for a while.
I think they're currently separated. One's inside and the other's outside the house.
You know.
I understand.
242 and 17, no U2.
At any rate, I know you hang out here, so I was going home. I just closed the ice plant.
Okay.
And he's out. And I put that paper in there.
Engine 54, Medical 8, District 64, 2613, Borrego Way, Engine 54, Operations A3.
Yesterday, I almost followed you out to, where did you go yesterday? It was that way.
Off of Broadway?
Yeah.
Engine 106, Medic 6105, Medical 8, District 101, 2901, Flight Street number B, Engine 106, Medic 6105, Operations A2.
And they're of color, and in this neighborhood, it's not a good idea to be doing that shit. I mean,
Feet away from the
I
cover.
understand what goes on in the world.
Apparently they're both stuck and unable
It's actually
to
brought
get
up by
out of all of the thorn bushes.
And both me and my wife worked, so
Yeah, I think the
we had this
girl
one.
is the one closer to the path, and they just don't want to walk. They're standing upright. The bones aren't that deep. They just don't want to walk.
The culture.
So,
I will not eat.
really rough for the Rangers when he did it.
Bottom line, I will not eat chitlins. Nope. That's one thing.
You're missing out right there.
No,
Both
no,
of
no,
them.
no.
Both of them.
Slimy little. But you know,
I love some chitlins and some greens.
she cooked for us and that kind of stuff.
Okay, I'm about
Paid well.
5 out.
And both me and my wife worked, and
Right.
Copy.
They had her. I would say close to 16, 17 years. And she passed away. And that ended that. But yeah, so we got to be indulged, and so now I'm being indoctrinated into Pakistan and East India.
because most of my accounts are that now.
Okay.
For ice. And it's cool. You ever eat with your fingers?
You know, not really.
In a huge Lazy Susan table.
Okay.
You know the Mirage over here on Bell Street? Not Bell, but El Camino?
Mm-hmm.
It's the Mirage.
Okay.
It's on the corner of Howe Avenue and El Camino.
Okay.
It's an East Indian venue.
Okay.
She used to rent the place starting at $25,000 for a wedding.
Stating that the RP said the female half is possibly high on unknown drugs.
Big venue, little venue, okay? And everybody eats at the same time before an event.
Okay.
And they have events 3 times a week, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And I deliver dry ice to them.
Those right there, 2 Zebra John Henry 369.
First fog. Okay. So a year or so ago, I was invited for dinner.
Okay.
Well, food. It was dinner, I guess. So I'm sitting there with the plate and this giant Lazy Susan with all kinds of food on it, and it's mostly curry. They eat a lot of curry.
Mm-hmm.
And a big stack of tortillas.
Right.
Okay?
Charles 2, it's clear, expired 122.24 on a 92 Buick with a release on Citrus Heights.
Okay. No silverware, no forks, no...
So,
but it was good, and so now we do a lot now, because now they know that I know how to do it, and
okay,
it's 3497 and 37. 82 will be 909.
Learning things and stuff like that. So
Copy.
I don't feel ousted anymore. But we lived in North Sac since day one.
TOPs.
We moved here in 1960.
Okay.
Watched the rise and fall of North Sac. By the way, this is not Del Paso Heights.
Copy.
This is North Sacramento.
Where's Del Paso Heights?
That way, 7 miles. It's
Past
like
the freeway.
Yes.
It's Robert.
Okay.
Serious.
You said here, the ambassador.
Research on North Sacramento. They built biplanes for World War I here.
A for ambassador secured.
The ice rink. You know where the ice rink is down here, right?
Mm-hmm.
From there all the way to the.
If you haven't secured Sunrise yet, will you leave it open, please?
Foundry. And they built all kinds of shit for World War I there.
Okay.
But just like Strawberry Manor.
Mm-hmm.
The wireless customer is not available.
You got the Heights. You got East Sac.
Right.
You got the other one.
Yeah, there's nothing further on that one. You can go for it.
Those are all little birds.
Copy, 364.
This is North Sac. I correct everybody. just like Lil Joe's.
Uh-huh.
It's not Little Joe's restaurant.
Uh-huh.
It's Lil. L-I-L. And I correct everybody on that one. That's my haunt. It's Lil right there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, when a fireman owns it now.
Okay.
When George passed away, his dad and all that, people go in there. I spent $8,000 for the first year they were open. I keep track of it.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Miles
you can't write it off. That's what I did that for.
Right.
I go, shit, can't write it off? Okay, that's the end of that. But anyway, I just want to keep track of it, but it was kind of shocking. But breakfast and lunch.
Okay.
You know,
there
my
is
wife's
company bench up on the left about a quarter mile, and just east of that was the path, Freeway 1, and the state was clearing of this benches. You take that path and went straight south and drive right out of it.
in her back 7 years ago.
Okay.
So she lives in the living room
Okay.
in a hospital bed. She's getting better.
Okay.
You drive that path south,
That's
get a
why
little
I
closer.
have to take care of
What's
her.
going
I'm
on?
retired from an air conditioning company that was pretty good. It's still,
We're shooting almost straight out forward right now. What's your route?
I did
One more left,
stuff.
and then straight out. The closer one to you is in about ankle deep thorns, and the further one is probably
So,
mid-bad or waist deep.
over there, some time ago,
About 70, I could see both of their lights.
I took care of this.
Trying to figure out how to get them.
50 years, I brought her up with
Copy.
better living through chemicals. And so we're in line getting a hot dog.
Medic 71, Squad 71, Medical 8, District 71, 8645, Via Hathaway, Medic 71, Squad 71, Operations Degree.
The guy in front of him spots this.
Mm-hmm.
You dumb son of a bird! punches them out, picks the gun up, shove it, put this back in your pants, don't let that fall out again. Meantime, I go, oh shit. I go out, and that's what the cops used to hang out over there. I don't know if they still do or not. So I went over, they threw me out. Get out, we don't want to hear it. The cops didn't the gas station.
Nothing.
Creeps. Scared the crap out of us. And
And Richard's in research.
I want a hot dog. I go, no, not today.
Right. We got it.
At any rate, thanks, Lance. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I'll let
if
you
you
know.
want the thing, I don't know how much you want for it, like $50 or something like that. They're going anywhere from
Yeah,
you don't
want to take the one across the street?
$25, $30.
Never mind, it ain't open.
You'll see a shitload of them.
Okay.
Mine works. Just I don't have
Is that a little,
plug for it.
like a little mini mark?
The little antenna they came with, I don't know. I didn't never used it.
Yeah, I leave that beer. I thought the bigger one was open already, but nah.
It worked. I had the thing ran for
No.
years. So it smells good. You ever eaten in the bakery?
No.
Pretty good.
Is it? Okay.
You get especially Mexican. If you want Mexican, that's that.
Fuck those girl terms for 97
Ribs by Little Joe's, across the street from Little Joe's, this side of Little Joe's.
Unit needed, stand 5 to copy, a 211 in progress, 18 Nature Court, Unit 4 and 5 a.m.
Best ribs in town.
Plan is dating someone came into his house and said some things, and that it was the neighbor who's been stealing stuff from them. They also 242 are complaining. Neighbors Deontay Robbins, mailbox go above white building. Complaint just continued to say he wants his liquor back, and park call taker is found at 922. 211 in progress in 5A, distributed needed.
Over there was it Saturday? Had like 15 people reserved some of this big space over there.
Yeah, I've never. I've taken ice there a couple of times.
Okay.
But I keep a low profile. I used to go. Little Joe's is only open till 2. So.
As a matter of fact, you probably I can't even think of his name. My old contractor. Used to
22-year-old, she's going to be 12 years old, with her 3-year-old brother in the room with her.
Every day. So I know you know who.
Probably know that because I've been going there for years.
I know you know who he is. I just can't think of his name because
Are you still in the area of our last stop?
Yeah.
Yeah, but him and his. I don't think it was his wife, but like his partner.
Negative. I'm at 15th in Victorian Alley. I can come back that way though if you need.
She lived.
Well, just give me a call.
Was it Scott Bottles over here?
I wanted to ask you about this guy that we
Right over there.
talked about
I
earlier.
remember he lived. He may have, but he drew. The last truck I saw him he had like a black Toyota Tundra.
If it's not listed in Crywolf, however, there is a West Gateway construction site. If that's one and the same, it's suspended. The only activation is a male team. They can't tell which direction he's going, and it only looks like a shadow to them. Responsible is requesting a dispatch. Did you want to respond?
Okay. Most of them are gone now. Most of them I know are gone. Not good. I don't know. I think I'm living on borrowed time. So. But cool.
Negative on police response to responsible can handle.
My truck for a week.
Okay.
I didn't want to put it out on the chat line that. Then you got everybody and their brother calling. Well, I got a radio too. I want to sell. You know, I didn't think you'd want to be inundated with that kind of stuff. I figure I'd find you sooner or later. And I know you hang out here, so watch those clowns over there.
Something for the viewers until something happens.
Hey, you read Tom Jones, or Tom maybe and I should be on a Honda.
I don't know. It's entertaining, I think. I don't know if I've got empathy for these guys, but I don't feel sorry for them anymore because, from what I understand, most of them.
I am going to start you on that 211 in your beach. Charles 6 can come for the cross. Thank you.
I know all the scanners too.
I've
had scanners since day one. In fact, I had it when they had crystals.
Yeah, that was my grandfather had one.
$25 a piece.
And it was.
Without truth or who, I'm not sure some either active or out. I think it was one tree just behind her if you guys
I used
with
to
her.
have it plugged in and listen to it. I'd get in trouble. They would tell me to turn it off and go to bed. You know.
Mine ran all the time too. In fact, I had a truck that got stolen. They took my truck and they found the truck in the Bay Area, but the radio was gone.
Okay.
But it wouldn't do much there because the frequencies were different down there, you know.
Right.
But you go online now and look for frequencies. Maybe it's because they didn't have a good antenna on it. I haven't played with that thing for years. I went out there when I saw you, and I heard that you might want one. So I go, well, why not?
38
I don't use it anymore. I'm more YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm a YouTube holic. You know.
Great, I copy.
21 hours last month. It keeps track for you on the phone.
Okay.
All right, Lance.
All right, see you later. Okay, I'll let you know.
Residential, Autumn, Sunset Way for family motion.
Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. We're in Sacramento, California.
Blue Nissan Versa in the parking lot. It's going to be Enterprise rent-a-car. There's no injuries. The SUV is GOA, possibly southbound on Sunrise.
Southbound on Sunrise.
Awesome.
It's cold out there. It's getting cold. It's 53 degrees.
Zero 8738-699 should be the last of Pantol off.
Yeah, I put dandelion root and beetroot powder in water and drink that every morning.
That's correct.
It's coming back to Toyota, not a Mercedes. Can you confirm?
Is a helicopter up today, you guys?
400, East Street number 339, engine 45, operations A3.
On Enfield solid.
Yeah, my side.
Okay.
Manipulate code 2, District 2, 10th Street and J Street, Truck 2, operations B3.
You hear him, Marshmallow? Let me look. Let me look and see if I can see. I'll share it with you. I'll share it with you guys. Since ain't nothing else going on, I'll share the helicopter with you. Actually, let's see here. I need to get a window capture, audio source, audio input capture.
Most people
It's clipping a little. If you're in the hospital, all I caught was blood draw.
Mic auxiliary device. Let's try that.
6'5", I'm with her. She's just... We're okay.
Copy.
All of us.
Okay, so we got a helicopter out by Folsom, and then we got another one out by Carmichael. Can you guys see that?
Neighbors next door and a greenish truck.
Helicopter by Folsom and another one by Carmichael.
Number 2.
They said that they got a missed call from an officer, but nothing further. We don't have any history with their name or number.
And see, that's the sheriff. They must got something going on over there. Look at him circling around over there. What do they got going on out there? They keep circling and circling.
Number 10, last goes up.
Enter
More Mercury on a wide male adult, red over black.
10 on your location.
Sycamore and Willow.
Could be Sycamore and Willow. Charles 45, did you need code response?
Where is that at? What are them streets? That's Sunrise Boulevard and American River.
238, copy your case number 25-432-432.
You know, they could be looking for them kids that was out there. Cause I told you those 2 kids that was they said they was lost.
Can you put on the vehicle stop?
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
They could be looking for those kids out there.
9th Ave, San Jose Way, 7 Lincoln, David George, 126. It's a gray Mercedes.
Copy.
Engine 108, medical aid code 2, District 108. 4918, Villamar Street number 12, engine 108, operations A2.
Cause they're flying over top of like the park. Okay, looks like they're leaving now. They're leaving now. So whatever happened, they figured it out. So let's put it
Copy,
back.
engine 36. It's expired from 2023 with a pending master out of Sacramento. Knowing each other at an unknown apartment close by. Unknown is physical, unknown meds, unknown weapons, no further. Heard only. Caller refused to give their info.
Montesino Way, engine 16, medic 57, operations B3.
Information units with a hazard pending Sunrise and Folsom. It's going to be westbound Folsom in the left-hand lane, waiting to turn south onto Sunrise. The light has not changed for the past 20 minutes. Callers and some vehicles will cross against traffic instead of waiting for the light. Rancho Public Works is being advised.
Number 10, clear road, officers in reverse. To be last of Yang, Yellow, Adam, Nora, George, first of Long, George Union, Adam, Nora, George, DOB is going to be 10, 20, 1983, 83 on the mail.
Wait, just confirming the spelling of the first name, George, Union, Adam, Nora, George?
Sure.
Yep.
Robert? No. Oh, database 714-1994.
Copy. That's a good match.
Are we cruising now? We're gonna move out of here.
Rose Bank, 511, 185, Brown River Brown, transit out of Sacramento, extra 653-075, 653-075.
31 call.
811 Inspector, 10, Clerical 7.
Medic 626, medical 8, District 26, 4516, Woodhawk Way, engine 26, medic 626, operations A2.
I'm moving you away from the radio just for a few minutes, you know. Okay.
G6 and Edward 24 code 4.
Now there was the police. They just made a U-turn. Let's go see what's
Table
going
plate,
on.
David Zebra, 080, David Overpool. Should be on the GMC.
Okay.
Make sure you put them emojis in the chat if you see them.
48, Grand Staff Drive, Truck 7, Operations B3. Mode 4, Engine 4, Medical Aid, District 4, 1201, Alhambra Boulevard number 230, Medic 4, Engine 4, Operations B3.
Zebra gate secure.
10-4.
South, go ahead.
Yeah, it's about 70. I'll be at 5 Robert King Henry 137.
Tom 70, what was the 925?
Well, we're Marysville and Harris, but the car's getting on to eastbound 80 now, so we'll see how this shakes out.
We're on Rio Linda Boulevard now, folks. Rio Linda Boulevard.
Yeah, so fevers for me, I'll advise.
Tom 70, check.
With control, looks like they're fighting in front of the train, and it's they're preventing from the train to proceed.
How'd you do, Monroe?
Copy. Looks like I'm evading on LRT2. I'll advise the update.
Out of 0.
One 448, 47 8, Medic 8, Engine 8, Operations B3.
Unit 102. Copy. 1501 West Cap Unit 102.
Oh, y'all, you saw Wild Bill?
Star, if you can go to Citrus Heights. They're looking for air support for an MP. Star to Citrus Heights.
Denver.
And back.
Copy.
Really different. DOB ran is still clear. All systems. 27 is expired and attached to your call. Unknown local and sec.
Copy. Go for it.
You back, Zach Action? Welcome back.
Okay. Gibson, Dry Creek, and Cherry secure.
It should be Storm Lake truck.
Copy that.
8 Zebra Yellow Victor 155. It's been a white Tesla. Unknown.
Okay. Turn on the 2022 Tesla. Audit Offroad.
All right, this is south. We're going to be going eastbound south. Eastbound south.
Permission 70, clear from us. Probation 70, copy.
Medic 2, Engine 2, Medical Aid Level 2, District 2, 651, I Street, Medic 2, Engine 2, Operation.
Something's going on at the jail. They're asking for a medical unit at the jail. They done whooped on somebody.
Yeah, copy. Douglas Street. The caller walked into his wife and a male he is assistant has a warrant out for his arrest having relations. He's going to be outside of the facility now, closer to the sushi restaurant in the area. He does not have a name for the male, approximately 31, born in 94. Trying to get further.
He walked in on his wife with another dude, and he gonna call the police.
Copy. Header 2 copy.
Okay.
The female's going to be in Antonio Vasquez. We'll be checking local now.
You're just gonna call the police instead of whooping on the dude. You're just gonna call the police.
Probation 70. Probation 70. Show me up the Stardust Motel, room 119. The Stardust, room 119.
People or call for updates, personal vehicle stuff. Corby at 711 Hillsdale and Greenholm, assuming a Georgia plate. Charles Victor John, 8881. It's on a black Jeep SUV.
Wait, drinking on.
He says he got a warrant, but he didn't know the guy's name. How you gonna know he's got a warrant?
1000 Front Street. Complainant was originally being followed by the subject.
Yeah, how you know he got a warrant? You don't know his name.
She was able to walk away from him, but he's still along the Riverwalk area. Still asking 927.
Tracks. There's a row unit en route. Gonna arrive there on 6 minutes. But it's on around Park Shore Drive and Portland Boulevard, close to the tracks. Back to Madison PD.
They gonna arrest him for adultery? No, they ain't. They ain't gonna arrest nobody for that. That is not illegal.
I'm gonna start with the landline RP real quick.
Give it up.
Six Bravo, Medical Aid Level 2, District 2.
Okay, there's the police station on the left. I mean on the right. Police station's on the right.
Medic 43, Engine 43, Medical Aid, District 43, 2931.
So you was being funny? Okay.
Medic 43, Engine 43, Operations E2. Engine 101, Medicaid 101, Medical Aid, District 101, 2901, El Camino Avenue number 201, Engine 101, Medicaid 101, Operations A2.
Tom 70, I'm clear. 1 with Tom Nora.
Probation 7.
All right, that's the Rainbow Market, folks.
Probation 78, copy.
Clear.
Radio 1, respected 29, Article 7.
Copy.
That's the Rainbow Market.
Vehicle black BMW. The plate of Henry Norris, David Lincoln. Charles 13, your plate is cleared prior to...
You said there's a major plane crash in D.C.?
Out of Sacramento.
Let me pull it up.
Engine 109, Medic 6109, Medical 8, District 109, 5700, Marconi Avenue number 208, Engine 109, Medic 6109, Operations A2.
All right, here it is.
Engine 103, Medic 19, Auto Pedestrian Accident, District 101, 2525, Marconi Avenue, Engine 103, Medic 19, Operations A2.
Let's see if I can get some sound with it.
Squad 71, Medic 73, Medical 8, District 71, 9513, Elk Grove Lauren Road, Squad 71, Medic 73, Operations A3.
Do from that run. Good. You can cancel. I spoke to the mail on the phone. I know. 2 copy.
Number 2, Edward 22, out of the for a shoplifting at Target.
2 copy. Copy.
Formation 70, show me 1010, good night.
Station 78, copy, good night.
Medicaid 42, medical aid code 2, District 42, 4040, Santa Fe Way, Medicaid 42, Operations A2.
In the Buzzard Point area, it's pointing over towards the airport. But I just want to caution everybody too, as you're seeing this information coming in on your own social media feeds, we're seeing that, and we've been told from the White House now, we're learning this from the White House, that the press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, is confirming, let's go with this here. I don't want to go with that. Let's go with at least what we're hearing here.
Yeah.
A multi-agency search and rescue operation underway in the Potomac, which is what you can see at this point. Yeah, let's hold off on that top one there. But again, working to get more information on this. Okay, I'm going to read a statement. This is just coming in from D.C. Police. At 8:53 p.m., multiple calls were received for an aircraft crash above the Potomac River. D.C. Fire and EMS, the Metropolitan Police Department, and multiple partner agencies are currently coordinating a search and rescue operation in the Potomac. This is the thing we need to point out. There is no confirmed information on casualties at this time. And when you hear the word casualties, it takes on different meanings sometimes. Casualties does not equate to deaths. Sometimes casualties means injuries, but let's not get ahead of ourselves at this point because we're still working to get those details as all that's coming. Okay, that was okay.
Yeah.
Well, you can see. Go ahead and repeat that.
So this coming out of the White House, Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, has confirmed to Fox News that President Trump has been made aware of this tragedy, and that tragically it does appear that a military helicopter was involved in this crash with this small regional aircraft. So that is coming from the White House, that he is aware of the situation on the Potomac. He's been briefed on it, and that a military helicopter, we still don't know the kind, what kind, but collided with a regional jet near the DC airport.
X-ray item Mary 30.
Okay.
Southwest 99, I'm pushing this.
All right, let me just repeat what I've been told.
Okay,
The FAA has been
confirmed out of here.
that a passenger jet collided with a helicopter while landing at Reagan National Airport. We don't know how many passengers are on board the plane. We're working on confirming the plane involved. We've learned that there will be a briefing coming up at the airport. Nana has been told by the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority there will be a briefing at Reagan National in the terminal coming up in just a little bit. And I want to point something else out. There'll be a briefing just for location purposes. It's going to happen near Air Canada, but it is not the airline involved in the crash. So that's just for location standpoint. I just want to point that out because as I look at social media and look
unknown
at
the plane size.
around, I mean, we're telling you
unknown plane size.
but again, it is a plane that collided with a military helicopter this hour. At 8:53 p.m. If you're joining us, it's 10 o'clock. This is Fox 5, and you're watching live continuing coverage of a tragedy that's happened in the skies right near Reagan National Airport at 8:53 p.m. We've been told that calls came in for a collision between a military helicopter and a small aircraft. At this hour, it is said to be a passenger aircraft colliding in the Potomac, which is why you see this giant response out there. I realize it appears the shots may be frozen at times as you're looking at those images. That is normal in situations like this, but you can see it is a very fluid situation. And we have been reaching out to our sources, the Associated Press, again confirming by the way the FAA that this has been a passenger jet involved in this, but in terms of what passenger jet, we don't know.
And as you can tell from your screen here, nothing short of a massive search and rescue operation that is underway.
Claimant is that female's girlfriend's friend and saying that
All right.
Brenda,
This just coming into
is hitting
Fox
her
5 by way of
girlfriend,
Fox
but
News.
also
The
trying to
FAA
open
says
her
the plane
doors while the car
involved
was
was flight
moving and out of the vehicle.
5342. It was heading from
During a red
Wichita,
Acura
Kansas to
Integra.
Reagan National Airport. That would
She is now
jive
running
what we
away
learned
on
from
Lexington.
U.S. Senator Jerry Moran, who within the last 20 minutes just said it was from Kansas. This would be an American Airlines flight, again, 5342. It is a smaller plane. It would be more of a regional jet, so we're not looking at one of those larger planes that we're customarily seeing taking off and landing at Reagan National Airport, but that is the latest word as this comes into our newsroom.
Yeah, those are one of those small planes that can carry anywhere from like 60, I would say, 60 to 70 people, including crew. At this point, we still don't know exactly how many people were on board that aircraft as well as the helicopter. One of the questions, or a couple of the questions that do remain, and also we don't know what led up to this, like how the flight paths got crossed.
Sky Fox in the scene right now as we head over towards the airport area, and that you can really see from across Potomac just the scope of this operation at this hour. And the plane itself, based on flight data that I'm seeing, this is a Bombardier CRJ 700 jet that was apparently involved in this. So you can see just in terms of the operation out there, and presumably a lot of the roads leading into Reagan National this hour are going to be closed. The airport all shut down. The terminal, at least at last check, was open, but we're getting to the point in the evening where a lot of those airlines would close for the evening anyway. Everything would come in and... Hang on one second. Okay. And in terms of the flight path for this one, again, Wichita's not a very large airport, but what I'm seeing right now is it was set to take off, or took off right around 5:18 p.m. And it was supposed to land right around 9:03. As we mentioned, this apparently happened right before landing, right there near Reagan National Airport. And now you're seeing the boats on the water, and now you're getting a sense of what rescue crews have ahead of them this evening with that flight. Again, not a very large plane, but regardless, a substantial response. This plane, based on what I'm seeing, it made the rounds today. It came into D.C., or was set to come into D.C. earlier today. It makes these runs quite a bit. It goes between DC and many other regional routes. Sky Fox again.
Do you know how many flights they have during a day?
I'm looking in terms of some of this information. At least I'm coming across here. But we're working just the flight path.
Number 119.
Let's pull up right now. So Operation D3. Track of these, and you can see on the screen there. Let's go down just a little bit, and you can see where it does that loop. Yeah, it does that loop where it goes down the Potomac, and it does that northern approach as it comes up along the Potomac, as the flight paths generally do, coming up into Reagan National Airport, and right around there, which again, where you see where that green line stops. Let's go back up to the map, please. You can see that we're told that the DC Fire and EMS.
Go ahead.
So generally right around that area in Southwest DC. The first calls, and it said 1st Street Southwest. At least
I copy that. Do we have our supervisor in town?
Southwest, but that's what we're seeing. And again, it took off at 5:39 p.m. Central Time. It was set to land just around 9 o'clock, and that's when this crash happened. Again, this was a regional jet involved in the crash, and look at that. And now it says all inbound flights being held at their origin until Wednesday at 10:30 p.m. And I would imagine it's going to be a lot longer than that.
Yeah. You mentioned that they did set up a casualty collection area.
Engine 37, medic 37, medic release.
Everybody put their prayer hands in the chat.
75.
Everybody put prayer hands in the chat.
333, engine 37, medic 37, operation go 2.
By the way, Congressman Don Beyer saying I'm following the response to a reported aviation incident at DCA in touch with their
medic 625, medic release code 2, district 25, 8218, Winfield Place, medic 625, operation go 2.
The latest information coming down from DC Fire and EMS as we give you that live look over at Sky Fox, that DC Fire and EMS is now in joint command with DC Police Department. So at this point, it appears that DC Police are going to be at least the lead agency getting information out to the public as we continue to get these details coming in. going on half hour now. Flight 5342, which was inbound to Reagan National Airport from Wichita, Kansas.
5342. 5342.
Landing at Reagan National. Tucholsky at around 8:53 p.m.
That's not the number of the airplane. That won't be able to pull it
on board
up.
that plane, but again, it is a passenger flight.
5342.
Level 2, District 20,
Fairfax County Police.
1018,
Fairfax County
Queens Avenue, Engine 20, Operations
into
E2.
the Potomac right outside of Grafley Point, which is where our Nanaseyu Bones, who has been talking with first responders there, but obviously not getting in the way of the response. And look, I mean, there have been a number of incidents that have happened in Reagan National for years. This is not anything new, unfortunately, but it is rare, and that speaks a lot to the level of safety in the air control system in the last decades.
Yeah, rare indeed. I mean, we have all done the stories about the shortage.
Right, 690-0790,
and the close calls. But as you mentioned, all in all, when you look at the big picture of things, it is rare. It doesn't happen often, and especially something of this magnitude doesn't happen often.
Peter Livingston Boulevard, Engine 66, Medic 861, Operations A3.
Senator Ted Cruz, who is sounding off at this point. And again, many of these senators fly in and out of Reagan National Airport consistently. He says, we don't know how many on board were lost. We know there are fatalities. So that's coming from Senator Ted Cruz. You'd imagine that at this point,
any idea if there was a response to GoldenEye? We're heading 110
this flight leaving.
There's a video that it seemed to fly right into it.
But still a sizable number of people fly that route consistently in from Wichita.
Where'd you see the video at?
So we, along with everybody else, sitting here awaiting when that briefing is going to happen. And as we mentioned, Nanaseyu Bones is there on the scene. We have other crews on the way as well. With the ground stop in place, you mentioned the cancellations and the delays that you believe are going to go a lot longer than what is posted right now. We know that in a situation like this, that is very common. Flight delays, cancellations, alternate routes, things of that nature, all to be arranged. Airport staff going to be working overtime to help in any way that they can to guide those who are stranded there right now, provide updates to others who are waiting on loved ones, and then afterwards, the reconstruction of what has happened here. It's hard to tell because it's dark. That's adding a huge obstacle to this operation right now.
I mean, it's been, at night too. I mean, we're looking we can show you, and it wasn't too far away. That we just marked another sad anniversary in terms of airplane collisions. The
Jaguar secure
disaster.
Rangers will secure main gate at Correction Sunrise.
What about 42, 43 years? Not too far away, and that was a plane, obviously, that was on the way leaving Reagan National.
Medic 621, Medic 802, District 21, 7793, Buckland Gray, Medic 621, Operations A2.
Weather, certainly in that case, that wouldn't be a concern. I mean, we're looking at a collision situation here, but in terms of the rescue, 48 degrees in the air still means it's a heck of a lot colder in the water. And we're seeing so many people, so many crews out there in the water at this point. And I just want to point out to those of you at home, if we stop talking for a moment, it's only because we're either being told new information. I think we need to take a deep breath every now and then just to kind of take in the gravity of what's happening.
Very wonderful.
What you're seeing from where you are. I mean, I'm looking at a picture here from Arlington. You won't see it, but I'm just seeing it on my computer here that our colleague Steve Shenemy sent over, and you could just see the sea of lights.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a plane crash in Washington, D.C. Plane versus helicopter. They're searching the Potomac River right now for survivors, if there are any.
Skyline. I mean, it's...
Engine 7, illegal burn, District 7, southbound Highway 99, south of Mac Road, Engine 7, Operations E3.
Again, we're waiting because there is going to be a briefing, but you want to make sure. Wait 1 second. Go ahead, Jake.
Medic 20, Medical Aid Level 2,
We're doing is we're
District
waiting here.
20.
There will be some
1018, Springs Avenue, Medic 20, Operation DC.
That we learned of that there would be a briefing coming from authorities a little bit later. But let's talk to you right now, and as you see that rescue situation, just describe the scene for me.
So
the scene has actually changed from when we spoke about 20 minutes ago. You remember there was a number of boats and turn around, look right over here.
9 Edward Adams, 800.
The airport right now. So we're trying to figure out why these boats left this area.
Copy, Pennsylvania, last three was 800.
Down GW, heading to Reagan National Airport is what it appears to be. So I'm not too sure if this area wasn't close enough to the water or wherever they're actually trying to search. We did see a number of them go inside, as you remember, but now this is the last boat right here.
Clear expired from 2024, 13 Infinity out of Sacramento.
The truck and heading towards the airport right now. So we're keeping our eyes on this to see what exactly is taking place. But just as of 20 minutes ago, you can see a number of Fairfax County fire crews going inside the Potomac. But it looks like they pulled out, getting back onto GW, heading straight towards Reagan National. So definitely a lot developing here in just about 20 minutes. This appeared to be the scene in where they were gathered, kind of like a staging area. But if you look right over here, there's not a boat in sight.
Wow, and that was pretty quick because when you got there, they were just dropping them in there.
American 16 Bravo, Medic Relay Code 2, District 10, 6730, 4th Avenue number, 713, Medic 16 Bravo, Operation B3.
Crews there, we're not seeing much in the way of a rescue base there at Gravelly Point, right?
Correct. When it comes to the water, there's nothing taking place here. But come over here behind me, there's just like the last of the two boats, and then we're going to pan again to the left. There are still Fairfax County fire crews and trucks out here, but definitely not as many as we saw when we were coming in. When we were heading here about 30 minutes ago, it seemed like this was a location. That's how we got here. We literally followed the sirens. We came here, but now it looks like everyone's pulling back out, and I can see more crews heading towards the airport. So I'm just not too sure what happens here. Again, if it wasn't close enough, if they didn't find anything, but it seems like they got the word to pull out, and now everyone's heading to Reagan National. So I'll keep my eye on that and see if it's something that we could even get to, or if there's a body of water possibly that they're going to, because again, they pulled the boats out.
All right.
So a lot happening here, but I will say, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to point out to our viewers, because we were relaying the information for the FAA. Now American Airlines is confirming that Flight 5342, which is operated by a subsidiary, it's a code-share partner, rather, with service from Wichita, Kansas to Reagan National, has been involved, and they're just calling it an incident, which is situations like these that are usually opaque on the terms as we get more information. Nana, go ahead, do what you got to do. We'll check back in with you in a little bit, but again,
we're going to try and follow.
Do it. Do your thing.
Have an update for you soon.
Engine 108, Medic Relay Code 2, District 108,
bit by bit.
4466, Stonewall Drive, Engine 108, Operation Road 2.
In the footage at one point, it looked like helicopters with searchlights going over the water, trying to determine perhaps, where to put the boats in.
Yeah.
But again, with it being so dark, that's only having
99263
shots. Right. Able to tell, it's really hard to paint that picture.
Let's go. Hey, can we pull that EarthCam video back up? I just want to share that again, because I know that when it first started surfacing online, there was a lot of speculation as to, look, you have to be skeptical about certain things you see online, and that's why we didn't want to share it with you until we confirmed the authenticity. But there was a camera right near the Kennedy Center across the Potomac that shot, that caught the moment of impact, and you'll see it again here. So disregard the plane on top. You can see that flash of light beneath it, and that is what we're focusing on. Military helicopter and a passenger flight right here. Moment of impact.
Black clothing, refusing to leave.
There. And, what's amazing at a time like this...
Yeah, that was what I was saying. It was supposed to be 180.
You have people driving through... You see this happen. I wonder what goes through head. It's usually such a majestic sight to see these planes taking off and landing, and that's why Gravelly Point is such a popular place, not just for adults, but for kids to watch that happening. And again, these takeoffs happen dozens a day out of Reagan National, hundreds and thousands across the country without incident. This is what we're seeing at this hour. And it's one of the big stories. I realize we're still working to get more information on this, but I just want to share, one of the big debates that's kind of filled time in recent months. This is something that has been years for that matter, that people have told us on Fox 5, that lawmakers have told us they're concerned about the level of traffic coming in and out of Reagan Airport, because you don't just have the airport and the passenger traffic, you have you have JBAD, you have Boeing Air Force Base not too far away from there, so there's a lot of traffic, but that's a credit to our air traffic controllers who are able to conduct themselves and facilitate traffic without incident almost
Stonewall Drive, Mitigate +3, Operations A2.
Against that, right? Adding more flights to the airport, because the airport was already as busy as it is with shortened resources.
It's not the female saying that the boyfriend is leaving and RCPD is all longer needed.
Hey, you want to go to Sierra Fox? Sierra just getting to the airport right now. And Sierra, I know it was probably a tough. Well, talk about it. Getting over there. How difficult was it from where you were on your story earlier?
Edward 71, I cover your message, Charles 770, code 4.
Well, good evening to you both, Jim and Angie. So we were actually coming from Silver Spring, Maryland. It was pretty easy, surprisingly, to get here, but we did pass Bradley Point Park, where there was a huge police presence. And I just have to say, right now, outside Reagan National Airport, where people pick up and drop off their loved ones, there's definitely a heightened sense of urgency out here. I have chills up and down my spine. I'm going to have our photographer, Jesse, actually pan to show you what we're looking at.
Sierra, let me interrupt you for a second. Associated Press confirming now the helicopter that collided with the jet was flown by the Army. They're citing AP sources, so I just wanted to get that information out there as that's coming in. And go ahead and continue, please.
Absolutely. As you just mentioned, Jim, a source does confirm to me that there was a tragic mid-air collision around 9 p.m. that happened over the Potomac River involving an American airline commercial flight 5342 from Wichita, Kansas, trying to land here at DCA that crashed with the Black Hawk helicopter. As you just mentioned, Jim, now we have clarification whether it was military, government, law enforcement. You just said the AP put out an alert saying that it was Army. And a source does tell me there are expected to be around 60 individuals currently unaccounted for, and authorities fear that there may not be too many survivors. Emergency services are already on the scene of this collision. As you can see in front of me, I've never seen this amount of flashing blue lights before my eyes. Right now, they're conducting search and rescue operations under pretty challenging conditions. Earlier it was warmer, but the temperatures have now started to drop. This is an all-hands-on-deck effort with local agencies, including DC, Alexandria, Arlington, Fairfax, both police and fire and EMS personnel, as well as federal agencies like the National Park Service. And I'm told that DCA actually requested NPS's helicopter known as the Eagle to assist in the search and rescue operations, which is a pretty big deal. And my photographer, Jesse, actually reminded me that this incident marks the first major aviation accident in the Potomac River since January 13th. You may remember that it crashed into the 14th Street.
Yeah, I'm trying to get to a place where I feel comfortable. I'm gonna get the video of the crash. I'm gonna get the video of the crash as soon as I get to a place where I feel comfortable.
And that was according to our past reporting. And sadly, only 5 individuals did survive during that disaster. But back out here live again, you can see there's a huge police presence. We do know that DCA has stopped all flights coming in and out at this time. Media is being asked to go to Terminal 1 right now. You just have to think and wonder about how the families who know that their loved ones may have been on that flight are feeling right now. There's definitely a sense of, curiosity, heartache. So we're going to go down inside the airport right now, Jim and Angie, to try to speak with families and people who may be waiting for their loved ones.
All right, Sierra Fox for us there at the airport, and we're just getting new information right now. This is coming from Mike Thomas, just sharing this information with us. As we mentioned,
31, transpired, District 108, 4112, Marshall Avenue, Engine 31, Operations A2.
The water temperature, 35.4 degrees at this hour in the Potomac and the buoys, right around Reagan National.
Yeah, you're just waiting to hear back. It's going to be at 666.1.
Water temperatures like that, that is cold enough where you can lose consciousness in just about 15 to 30 minutes. It can be fatal in just about 30 that because clearly this is a water rescue situation at this hour. And when you look at the air temperature,
Engine 21, Medical 21, Medical 8, District 21,
involved in this crash.
6540, Sylvan Road, Engine 21, Medical 21, Operations A2.
We know at this point, because there are a lot of unknowns, it has been confirmed that this regional plane, the American Airlines 5342, possibly with 60 passengers aboard, including coming in from Wichita upon arrival, collided with a military helicopter flown by the U.S. Army. A ground stop is in place here at DCA. We know the terminal does remain open at this time. The President Trump, has been briefed. This, according to his press secretary, Caroline Levitt. He's been briefed on the incident and is offering his thoughts and his prayers with all of those involved, along with Vice President J.D. Vance, getting word that he also is aware of the situation and is asking everyone to say
Arthur Newell, male.
Just giving you information.
No black adult 5% white shirt, goes back to wearing light brown pants
This
as
is
well.
again, we're saying it's an American Airlines flight. It's flown by a subsidiary PSA Airlines, a Bombardier CRJ 700 regional jet.
They do pick all everybody's and they heard someone yelling about being a car and now they're coming to the three pushing each other.
Approach to Reagan National, again, right around 9 o'clock, which was the scheduled time that this plane was supposed to land. 5342, departed from Wichita. National Transportation Safety Board, Angie, we're talking about this, they're going to lead the investigation. But again, we're still waiting to hear from
they'll oversee everything, but they'll work in conjunction, of course, with the FAA to see.
One of the people take callers saying that some elders are not getting guns, but no weapons are safe.
From the vantage point of from the Kennedy Center, where you see basically what appears to be those two aircrafts coming together and driving into that fireball before it just disappears and falls out of the sky. You also see and draw people's attention. Don't look at that, don't look at that aircraft. It's a busy airport. There are multiple planes at any given time coming through, and it really is the logistics and the flight path. And what they do is pretty darn incredible every single day, considering the amount of traffic that goes in and out of our nation's capital. And as you know, mistakes can happen, and in this case, we don't know what happened. And we actually are still waiting to find out if one or both of the aircraft still are in the water, and how many people are involved, if there are survivors, if anybody has been rescued at this point. We have our crew on the ground. There at Reagan National, working their way into the terminal, and hopefully we'll be able to get some more information from her. We still don't have a timetable on this press briefing that we're expected to get from officials there at DCA. We're hoping it's been, maybe a little over an hour and a half, 90 minutes or so since this news broke.
Hey, thank you, Rob, for subscribing.
His insight on this is actually quite important, is because as a senator, he's on the Commerce Committee, which oversees transportation, chair of the Commerce Committee, which covers transportation. So, he would be one of the ones getting a briefing. Again, we heard from Senator Jerry Moran of Kansas, Congressman Don Byer, who represents Northern Virginia, also getting some of that information coming in. But if you know anybody,
I'm Penning. I have a 1051 at the Walmart on River Point. The caller's advising that the suspect stolen cars en route to either sell it back to him or give it back to him. He's waiting in front of the business for the exchange. And the name but no deal. The only one unit available at this time, however, there are
just because all this information is coming in, and we're trying to sort through all of it and get through a lot of the noise, but a lot of the things that were suspected throughout the night have so far checked out. Like a military helicopter, which the initial reports said it was a DC police helicopter. It is not a military helicopter. Passenger flight. Those planes, the CRJ 700,
it's 255
seat about 70 people. So that seems to be the top of the line number that we're looking at least right now. But we don't have confirmation how many.
Corridor white color. They decided 4-unit Ocean Tom at 868.
Planes being involved,
but waiting in the area, still waiting on it to arrive. That's clear. 1922.
Only to say that they will provide more information as they get it. So
I'll tell you what we'll do right now. As we are waiting to get more information, I think what helps is getting insight on what goes on with these in these sort of situations. Let's bring in Richard Levy. He is an aviation expert. He's joining us right now on Zoom. Richard, first of all, let's talk about situations like this, which is something, thankfully, is so rare in American aviation. However, when it happens, it is shocking and it is stunning.
It
really is. Good evening to you on our thoughts with the passengers in this situation. The military helicopter was on approach to runway 33 at Washington. The commuter airplane, the PSA airplane, and I'm making to be very clear, I'm making an assumption, I do not have the facts yet, was most likely cleared for an approach to runway 01. And I don't have that as a fact. And so where the mid-air collision occurred over the Potomac, did one airplane make a mistake of identifying the runway? We don't know that yet. Obviously, there was a mid-air collision, and the aircraft are most likely in the Potomac River, as you all have been reporting. So that is going to lead us to the air traffic control tapes that will be focused on the controller, that's a radar controller for the approaches into Washington River, and tower controller. What approach a helicopter,
You're listening right now to WTTG. We're now taking over to show you this. This is video from the Kennedy Center camera, and you see that explosion right there. That is the moment when this small plane apparently crashed into a helicopter. You see a fireball, and then, Marla, we see that plane head down towards the Potomac River.
What a image there. And according to our sister station in D.C., WTTG, that in fact is confirmed that a small aircraft collided with a helicopter. They were hearing that it is not a D.C. police helicopter, and colleagues on the ground say that several people were saying that it was a military helicopter. That information is not confirmed, but according to our sister station in D.C., Fox 5 they have confirmed that it is a helicopter and a small aircraft that has collided. Again, this is courtesy of the Kennedy Center, the moment of impact.
United American, they have regional airlines, as we all know, that feed them and on thinner routes. And this is an example one from Wichita.
Right, back to the breaking news that we're following out of Washington, D.C. This is a live look at the massive emergency response of what is being called a small aircraft down, crashing into the Potomac River right near Ronald Reagan International Airport. No word yet on, the size of the...
You're listening right now to WTT.
A rigorous system of training and a rigorous system of safety protocol. We just mentioned the last time we saw a major incident at Reagan National was back in 1982 when Air Florida Flight 90 went down.
Right.
It's been some time that we've talked about something like this in our nation.
It has been, and that is correct. And this is going to...
Okay, here is the actual plane crash with the helicopter.
We're now taking
Here's
over
the
to show
actual
you
plane
this.
crash with the helicopter. Look at that.
The Kennedy Center camera.
Let's do it again.
You're listening right now to WTTG. We're now taking over to show you this. This is video.
It went down right there.
That is a big mystery. Obviously, you have a different speed of the Bombardier 700 jet versus the military aircraft, the military helicopter, which is going to be flying at 30 or 40 knots. The regional aircraft will be flying at, my guess, 120 knots. We use knots in aviation. That's about 140 miles per hour.
I don't know why my screen keeps going white.
To land on 01, that is up the Potomac River, basically, and then the military helicopter on 33. Where did the mid-air collision occur, and where was the mistake made? You'll get the voice recorder and the cockpit cockpit voice recorder off of the PSA aircraft. It'll be recovered, and they'll play that back. And of course, the air traffic control tapes.
It's on YouTube.
Medic 66, Medic 8, District 68, 4151, Golden Parkway, Engine 68, Medic 66, Operations
In
A3.
your experience, Captain, because considering the time of night, and I believe the FAA, when they put their statement out, they said how the plane was cleared to, or was arriving and landing on runway 33, which that could be any runway. I don't know the layout of the ground there, but considering the fact that it seemed like a good day, we did have a lot of high wind out there, but overall, a clear night to be out there in the skies. Visibility and issues, I mean, I know it's all preliminary right now, but in your experience, the possibility of something like this happening, choosing the wrong runway after being cleared for a certain one, I mean, what are the chances that that can happen, and what could be the factors involved?
Yeah, so electronic equipment on the aircraft, for example, for runway 01, that allows you to land in very low visibility. It's called instrument landing system. On runway 33, I haven't flown into Washington, Oregon. I flew internationally before I retired. In any event, it either has an ILS, which is very accurate, or an approach to keep it simple for your listeners or viewers. That is based on GPS, global proximity systems. But so weather is going to be a matter of question. But you do raise a very, very good point. Regional airlines, larger, the 747s, 777s, Airbus, 737s, etc., and this regional airplane, they have TCAS, Traffic Collision Avoidance System, and it picks up an imminent collision, and you get an alert through the speakers on the in the aircraft. It says traffic, traffic. So you're seeing the other aircraft, even a helicopter, and then if a collision is imminent, I'm not saying the next second, in about 20 or seconds, it'll say climb, or of course not descend. You're very close to the ground. Or so that's going to be a question that TCAS is TCAS.
Engine 23, internal on commercial, District 108,
military transport.
4925, through drive, Engine 23, Operations
That's
A2.
a big question. Why didn't it go off and alert one of the crews? Go ahead.
Captain Lee, I want to ask you one more question, then we have to go.
2023 on the 2015
You're flying in DC airspace. I mean, you have low-flying helicopters. You have the question of, are they lit up? Are they visible? Is there much communication between military pilots and commercial pilots?
Often military, for the obvious occurrence of situation with the White House right there, most of their communications are on the same frequency we call VHF. Military can use UHF, ultra high frequency, but normally around Washington, Reagan, everybody's going to be on the same frequency, and that brings up a good question. I'm hearing a helicopter cleared for an approach on near the same runway I'm on. That would make me very concerned.
All right. That is Captain Richard Levy, airline expert, joining us here on Fox 5. Sir, thank you very much for your insight, unfortunately, under these circumstances. We want to go to Shamari Stone, who is now out and about as we continue to cover this from every possible angle. Show your traveling point now. Talk about what you've seen trying to get there.
Well, I've seen a multi-agency response when you have fire, EMS, you have U.S. Park Police, everyone converging on Reagan National Airport. Many people have been coming out here trying to get to the airport, and they've been stopping by this area. As you look right over here by Bradley Point, you can see all the vehicles, people outside of their cars and plan on coming to the airport. When you had flights that were supposed to land and they were going to pick up their loved ones, well, right now they are just waiting here and across the
disconnected.
Parkway.
275 left.
Right over there, you can see the flashing lights, and that is where you have the multi-agency search and rescue operation underway in the Potomac River. After this small American Airlines flight 5342 from Wichita collided with an Army helicopter near the Reagan National Airport. You also have U.S. Park Police who have closed down Gravely Point, and I'm going to pause for a second so you can see this is what people are seeing as emergency crews come by George Washington Parkway. Take a listen.
5825 Georgia Drive, engine 42, operations A2.
So that is exactly what people are seeing as they drive here to the airport. Folks are stopping as well with their cell phones trying to capture all of this. And basically the U.S. Park Police officer told me that Gravely Point is closed. But as you can see through all this activity out here, emergency crews traveling right now fast to the airport, as you can see. Jim?
Shamari, thank you. And you can see, I think in a situation like this, as you point to the people who are out there, and we have seen members of the media attending to the scene out, I'm sure there is a good amount of speculation. People want to see what's going on. As Shamari just mentioned, Gravely Point shut down, so don't leave. Don't bother heading out there. Don't bother hitting the GW Parkway because, as you can see, that scene has just gotten bigger and bigger. We're now nearing about an hour since we hit the air. The reports came in just around 9 o'clock tonight, and the latest information is a military helicopter hitting that Bombardier CRJ 700 regional jets. Those generally have a capacity of about 70 people. It happened as the plane was just about to land, heading from Wichita to Reagan National just shortly before 9 o'clock tonight. So that's what we know.
Summer Drive, engine 31, operations A2.
Just a little bit on this.
Yeah, we have DC Fire, EMS, MPD, Fairfax County, you name it, they're out there. Several agencies all working together on this colossal rescue operation. We also know that Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says that he is at FAA headquarters right now. He's at the headquarters. He is monitoring the situation. He was confirmed, just Tuesday.
Just sworn in yesterday.
Yeah, just yesterday. He was sworn in today. And so first day on the job. And quite the tall order here. But yes, he is at headquarters right now. And we also know that in addition to him, the president, also the Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristen Noem, says that she's been debriefed as well. And Pete Hegseth also
4907
said that
Skyway Drive, engine 32, medic 32, operations A2.
So at this hour, again, as we wait to get more information on what happened, we do not have any
29, medical aid code 2, district 31,
as mentioned, those rescue boats, at least
Summer Drive, medic 29, operations A2.
Very quickly, they relocated, but there's the information we're getting from the FAA. It was a Sikorsky H-60 helicopter while on approach to runway 33. And
Charles,
flight plan out there.
Boy, Nora, 792.
Aviation expert consulting. The question is, was it on course? Was it slightly off course? But it stayed within the corridor of the Potomac. It wasn't as though there was a big misstep there. I'm going to ask once again if we can see our main screen here in studio, because it's a bit obscured from where we're sitting here at the anchor desk. But as you look at the vantage point there, we were talking before, there's the collision, but from the other vantage point, just to speak to the volume of planes that come in and out, you saw another plane
engine 41, medic 641, medical aid, district 41, Elkhorn Boulevard and New Road, engine 41, medic 641, operations A2.
You also noticed the different speeds, which the captain mentioned that to us. And it's hard at this point to tell which aircraft perhaps maybe chose or missed the right runway. So, and like he said, I was surprised to hear from him that he thinks it won't take long for them to be able to really put a finger on perhaps where that miscommunication or where the misjudgment happened once they're able not only to get the black box but the cockpit voice recorders to find out what kind of chatter, what was going on.
Yeah, they're going to do that briefing inside a little bit later, but we want to go to Sierra Fox. She's now inside the airport terminal, and as mentioned, they stopped the flights going in and out, and Sierra, it is empty behind you at this hour.
I'm 70 on channel 3 with the traffic stop.
Ominous, Phil. I mean, look, it's completely empty. There's no one behind the computers. There's no one waiting in line, no one grabbing their luggage or anything. It is completely empty. I can even hear myself have an echo in here because there's barely anyone. We've seen the occasional law enforcement agencies running back and forth. Obviously, there is a sense of urgency due to that mid-air collision that happened around 9 p.m. And if you look at the boards over here soon, it will change. Right now, it says emergency alert. Due to an emergency situation, all flights are being held on the airfield. Additional information will be available as received for customers on departing flights. Please check with your airline representative. But it's definitely such a scary feel in here. We have seen
I'm trying to confirm with them. I leave here at 8 p.m. I know that they can fly from home.
All right, Mama G, catch you next time.
Let me just check. I'm checking it with them. 1 second.
I am completely in shock about this. I mean, this is horrible. I'm at the airport, and these people apparently crashed within a Black Hawk.
Operations 18.
With the plane, and they're in the Potomac, and they're going now with emergency crew to find out what the circumstances are. They don't know if there's casualties or what's happening, but of course it's upsetting.
Absolutely. And what flight are you waiting for? Did you just land? What's your situation here?
How is he like Alley in the county?
Going to Midway Airport tomorrow.
028 left on a blue and pink bike. Emmanuel Tarawali. No, black 16 by 4104. Black over brown. Last name wearing a dark gray baseball cap, like gray jacket, and like gray pants.
But you know something? I can't believe that this is happening. The whole airport is shut down. Is that correct?
Yes, no flights are leaving or coming in. And now, you know, what's your plan with all of this going on?
I don't know. I absolutely don't know. I don't know if the flights are delayed and they'll be rescheduled for later tomorrow or what they're going to wind up doing. I have no idea.
And now, how often do you fly?
Well, I've had my cardiology team is in Chicago, and I've been back and forth to Chicago on a monthly basis, flying with Southwest successfully. They do a wonderful job. I really like the airline, and that's what I was planning on doing, and now I just don't know.
And obviously right now we don't know, you know, how many survivors there may or may not be, but just, you know, what goes through your head knowing that, you know, there's family members out there wondering what's happening with their loved ones.
We have so much going on in this country right now with transition and, you know, I have been at the airport. I was here for the inauguration and I, you know, came to the airport and I saw the president's plane fly in and out of here. I saw
12 update on the time frame for your call and credit 1950.
I mean, so this is like, they just left like the other day after being here for the inauguration. You can tell.
Well, Debbie, thank you for speaking with me. They're telling me that I have to send it back into the studio right now. And of course, when a briefing does happen here at Reagan National Airport, we'll bring it live to you right here on air.
The information we're getting, again, from authorities is few and far between. Most of it is just thoughts and prayers from the likes of Mayor Muriel Bowser and many other lawmakers at this point. We're still waiting to get concrete information.
Hearing DeAndre Mail Black Adult medium build green hat.
Until we have that information and the details and the facts, it's hard. It's hard to even put into words how people are feeling right now. I know that I'm getting text messages from people who are from Wichita, who are friends of mine. I've
We're going to have 666.1
very well.
I'm away right now.
It is just utter shock.
Yeah.
People are lost for words. What do you do at a time like this if you can't be there on the ground to help out in a situation like this? We do know that we are awaiting that briefing, but I know you mentioned, Jim, Senator Ted Cruz.
Exit 105, Medic Relief, District 105.
they will be
3112,
tomorrow morning.
Mayfair Drive,
That is what they
engine 105, operations A2.
Be given the very latest information from the FAA themselves, and but hopefully we're hoping
Medic
that we will
6105, engine 106, Medical 8, District 105, 1145, Rivera Circle, Medic 6105, engine 106, operations A2.
In our nation, it looks like we've had a number of crashes involving sightseeing planes. There were some. We've had a couple incidents where 1 or 2 passengers were killed. We've not had a large-scale crash on really any runways in some time. I think the deadliest incident we've seen that I can think of in recent years was back in. Gosh, it was a while back. It was in Buffalo. It was outside of Buffalo, New York.
There was one in Buffalo, and I thought there was one in North Carolina as well.
It was, by the way, February 12th, 2009. 50 people killed. Colgan Air Flight 3407 outside of Buffalo. That was
from North Carolina.
That was a Bombardier. All right, let's bring in George here in studio now, just waking up and getting ready to go.
No, I've been listening to you guys' conversation because it is stunning when you think about the safety record at DCA, and you think about the air travel in this country. It remains mostly safe, and we have to really search for incidents where we've had incidents of death, of these fatalities, or anything large scale like this one. When it comes
all right, here's flight radar.
We are trying to just learn as much information as possible. That's why I've got Flight Aware up behind me here. I know it's been a resource for you guys as well, as we've been trying to learn as much as possible about Flight 5342 from Wichita, which departed at 5:39 from Central Standard Time from Wichita Airport.
You can see the helicopters flying over the river.
Land here around the 9 o'clock hour, just before 9 p.m. But you see this flight path right here behind me. We zoom in and we can see moving through the Potomac, and it's very eerie of where it stops here, close to DCA, into the Potomac there. That is a very normal flight path that we see for our regional jets here. And Jim?
Just getting information from Fox News, we're hearing that 3 soldiers were on board that Black Hawk helicopter, so we're confirming that. But again, no word on their condition. But
95-1, 755 at River Point Court at the Walmart. The caller is a Jefferson executive. I attached his photo to your call, advising that his 10851 is supposed to be here to meet up with him to either sell it back to him or give it back. It's described as an 01 Mitsubishi Gal, 4-door, white in color. Like I said, it's 4 Union Ocean Tom 868, and it is confirmed stolen.
Just because it has 70 seats, obviously doesn't mean there were 70 passengers on that plane. We're working to find out, when it departed from Wichita, how many people, how many souls were on that flight as the rescue operation, the massive rescue operation of the Potomac, continues right now. As you take a look at
it was my first time closing it down, and I thought I was doing Flight 1, but I guess I did that one.
Trying to learn as much information as possible. I want to take you. Let's zoom all the way out, guys. Zoom all the way out. You see this flight path here. Everything moving smoothly, going back east here on a flight that, when we look at the flight path, when we look at the flight record here as well, this is a flight that this has been done numerous times here. And when it goes into DCA, we're talking about DCA. It is the nation's busiest airports and runways when it comes to
Medic 641, Medical 8, District 42,
and we see
5820, air having number A, engine 42, Medic 641, operations A2.
Landing, taking off, and really there can be no room for error. And so when we talk about
hey Landay, thank you for subscribing.
Medic 76, Medical 8, District 71, 8320, Toronto, 171, Medic 76, operations A3.
Where that incident happened, and now it appears that we have a very, very unfortunate, catastrophic situation here with this flight 5342. Again, as we try to learn more about this flight and we look into the safety records here, we know this is a very busy airport, this national airport here. This regional jet, this is a regional jet that the size of it is something that is normal for this airport. The air traffic is normal as well, but this incident
military helicopter, 6, very yellow, X-ray 489, the blue Toyota minivan with unknown or park.
Especially ending the way that it has. But as we look at this flight aware here, and we try to learn more and glean more from what we're seeing here on this map, we're looking more into the records, we're looking more into the safety records of this aircraft as well. And as we wait for the officials there here on the ground to give us more information, we will bring that to you guys as well. But that is what we're watching right now, guys, but we're just waiting for more information.
We're getting information out from Metro, GM Randy Clark just sharing tonight that DC, WMATA is going to run extra trains.
January 22, your plate is clear current on the 2016 Land Rover attack.
From the Dulles area as well, trying to facilitate people who might be stranded tonight. They're also sending buses down to warm up a lot of those first responders because, as mentioned, the air is 46 degrees in the south, but we're still dealing with some very cold water situations as those first responders tend to rescue efforts.
And we don't have a timetable as far as is this all inbound flights being held at their origin until 5 a.m. But we think that it's probably going to go longer than that.
Obviously,
we can't say. Right now, you just have to stay on top of it. But in the meantime, some people will stay there at the airport, and others will still need to try to find a way out. And as you can imagine, with the situation like this, and with so many people and so many different groups there responding, and it's going to be like this all night, getting in and out of it there's just no.
Truck 17, medical aid code 2, District 17, 3816, next on my way, Truck 17, Operation 18.
Keep us posted on any new developments, and we can bring that information to you too, because we know there's still a lot of questions.
Secondhand info for the RC that is below Father,
people who are flying or people who have loved ones in the skies, people certainly trying to keep tabs on. Just take a quick breather here because, again, this is a catastrophic situation that's unfolded in our backyard, and our neighbors and our friends and maybe family are either helping assist the situation. We certainly hope that you're not directly impacted by it, but if you are, we're going to do what we can to bring you responsible information.
I got to pull over here in a little bit, and I'll be able to read your comments.
Tribute road number 367, Medic 19, Engine 19, Operation B2.
Showing you a bunch of different cameras, but everything you're seeing on the camera right now is just two different vantage points of this huge response, this enormous response. All of our local agencies working together, very heavily concentrated here in this one area. At first, they were at Gravelly Point, as we saw about an hour ago, before then abruptly just picking up and taking off. And I hear we are going to Mike now. Mike, are you standing by? Mike.
Hey guys, this is terrible. Absolutely awful, and all we can do is hope at this point, right? That we get some news on some survivors. Of course, rescue crews for sure doing their best. Obviously, I'm not an aircraft expert. What I am is a weather expert, and I can give you sort of the weather around the time that this crash happened in Washington. Winds were pretty standard. They were a little gusty out of the west-northwest, 15 to 20, maximum gusts 26 miles per hour, right around 9 o'clock in the evening. Visibility was fine. 10 mile, perfectly clear in all directions, and clear skies reported as well. No cloud cover in the region. So weather probably not going to be a factor. Unfortunately, likely a factor once the plane made contact with the water. Air temperature, DC right now 47 degrees. Unfortunately, that's not the case with the water
temperature. Engine 101, medical aid code 2, District 101, 0200, Bunny West, Engine 101, Operation Day 2.
Here, which is reading water temperatures of about 35.4 degrees. Unfortunately, if you look at data from the National Weather Service, they say that you can be in water for about 10 to 15 minutes before you start to lose consciousness when water temperatures is that cold.
See Linda and Carmelita on 8459.
Let me see.
The response was so key, getting boats in the water as soon as possible to see if they could get anyone they were able to
find. Is the plane on the left yellow on approach? Helicopters in the river.
Hear that camera shot we've been showing you with the video that streamed the crash there, that camera is located just off to the
I think it's just parked.
west of the Lincoln Memorial. So that camera
I think it's just parked.
down. It doesn't look directly at the airport. It kind of follows the river down. The flight track was coming in, of course, towards Reagan National Airport. If I go in really closely, I went through the airport map to figure out which airplane. They confirmed that it was trying to land on runway 33, the runway 33 approach, as we show you that video I'm talking about. I'll go back one map real quick here and show you. That's the angle. The camera's kind of looking in that direction, and it zoomed in on this area as that crash happened. So again, that plane, what they have confirmed, it was taking the runway 33 approach, which is this shorter runway right there. It's not one of the major aircrafts. Again,
77, 11450, Hill Road, 77, Medic 72, operation resumed.
Final numbers into the room just yet. Again, guys, the best I can do is tell you that weather probably not a factor in this. I think I would have to bow to the aircraft expert from earlier who mentioned probably going to be some sort of communication issues, but of course we'll await on any official word as I send it back into you at the news desk there.
Mike, thank you. Looking at some news from the Associated Press as they continue to track this just as we are. They are citing audio from the air traffic control tower around the time of the crash. The controller heard asking the helicopter, PAT-25, do you have the CRJ in sight, referring to the passenger aircraft. Tower, did you see that? Another pilot is heard calling seconds after the apparent collision. And at that point, the tower started diverting other aircraft away from Reagan National Airport. As mentioned, all inbound flights will be held until at least 5 a.m., which means at this hour, and what I want to do is just as we, I'm going to try to take a look and see where some of these planes are coming in from, because there aren't many at this hour, but there are still some. Coast Guard is now being deployed. Every available resource being deployed by way of Homeland Security, Christy Noem, to respond to this plane crash. So
Control 36, sir. Copy at 245 in progress, 2518 L33B.
Administration, but unfortunately,
Neighbor says 925 was upset over subject with the leaf blower. Plane confronted him and the subject hit him with the leaf blower. Man white adult, he's associated with the vehicle. 7 North Lincoln 852. Plane is dealing with the subject with the leaf blower.
If you recall,
Subject in a blue hat, bright orange shirt, blue pants, 245 and 3B.
More flights. Now, we can tell you that it's very unlikely that there was a direct correlation, but when there were
what was the flight number?
The additional air traffic.
What was the flight number of the airplane?
That was something that certainly came up in situations like this where you have military activity very close. You
9.9.
Had 3 soldiers on board. Reports are out that there were no VIPs on board that, as there often can be.
Yeah, and this is just in also, we know that Maryland Governor Wes Moore, he has put out on X that the Department of Emergency Management in Maryland, which of course is part of the DMV here, has raised its Emergency Operations Center to enhanced status in support of this. He's closely monitoring updates and says that the state of Maryland, local authorities, they are all engaged in this response. Obviously, we see a big presence from D.C. emergency responders, and we saw Northern Virginia there as well.
And we saw that early on with Fairfax County getting involved in the process as well, but they've been deployed. I mean, it's a very fluid situation at this hour, but again, we are following this. DCA, again, closed until at least 5 a.m. tomorrow. You are watching continuous live coverage of a tragedy in the skies over Washington, D.C. and Northern Virginia. It is 11 o'clock. You're watching Fox 5. Jim Loke alongside Angie Goff and Kenneth Moten as we track this breaking news. And for those of you just tuning in at this hour, we can confirm American Airlines Flight 5342 with
CRJ
from Wichita
700
to Reagan National Airport collided with a military helicopter upon landing just before 9 o'clock this evening. The collision happening in the Potomac. The reaction, the response was swift, but at this hour, unfortunately, we cannot tell you if anybody survived the crash. We don't have any idea how many people were on board that plane, and for those planes are generally configured to carry about 70 people. This is video from EarthCam that we've been showing you all evening long.
In regards to the pending, it was about 43 minutes ago, 911 hang up. We had no
as another plane takes off right above
following calls from that location. Are you okay closing it out?
Not the one on the right, but down towards the middle of your screen.
Yeah.
There you go. You can see it right there. Also, we mentioned that President Trump was briefed on the situation, and he has now since released a statement about what he says, quote, is a terrible accident that just took place at Reagan National Airport.
Nope.
May God bless their souls, he said in the statement. And he thanks first responders. He also said that he's going to provide more details as they arise. So,
all right, there's a helicopter that's been flying around over top.
This being a Black Hawk helicopter.
That's the Prince George County Police Department helicopter.
That chopper, but the official
look
could
up
not
flight number.
confirm their status as of yet.
Just checking in terms of the planes that are
And
being
which one is
halted.
this
The
one?
terminals are open. The planes, flights.
This is a U.S. Park Police helicopter flying over.
Like New York, Boston, Atlanta, Orlando, St. Louis, Houston, Chicago, Charlotte. So there are a lot
All right,
of people,
put the flight number in here.
At airports.
What's the
throughout
flight number?
country, stranded at their destinations or stranded at their origin points, trying to get into D.C. I'm curious if we had to deal with any flight diversions at this point, because you can imagine in a situation like this, perhaps planes that were en route were maybe sent somewhere else. But we can imagine the effect this is going to have on commerce coming in and out of Reagan National well into tomorrow at this point.
Yeah, I mean, this is such a busy
5342.
And also restricted airspace. I mean, that complicates things as well. At this point, we don't want to speculate on anything out there, but we do want to continue to rule things out. I know that the FBI did release a statement earlier saying that there was no signs of any
Nothing
type of
comes
foul
up.
play or terrorism or anything like that. So, right
Yeah, nothing comes up when I search the flight number.
out there as soon as we get it, and that's important to pass along as well. So it doesn't appear that that seems to be
Medic 20, medical aid code 2,
this
District
situation
17,
factor.
3816, Matoma Way, Medic 20, Operation E2.
Is coming to their aid, willing to help in any way that they can. The director of the Department of Defense, Pete Hegseth, already said that he has been fully briefed on this, and they are standing by, ready to assist.
Shamari Stone, let's go to you right now. You were at Gravelly Point just a little while ago. Let's get a sense of what you're seeing from your vantage point.
You see there's 3 helicopters searching now?
Crossed over, and we're bringing you closer to.
Oh yeah, there's another one further south down here. Who is that?
You can see the flashing lights right over there by Reagan National Airport.
That's the Maryland National Resource Police.
Happening in the Potomac.
Running ready, Medic 101, Operation Z2.
Airlines aircraft flight 5342 from Wichita collided with that Army helicopter near the airport, and as you can see, this is the closest vantage point right now. We don't get in the way.
9 Adam Yellow, Victor 021, Silver Kennedy with
around 10 minutes ago about WMATA buses. They are also here, 3 of them, to help the emergency responders, because it is very cold out here, and some of them can go to the buses to warm up, but meanwhile that search and rescue effort is undergoing, and there are more and more people who are coming near Gravelly Point. They actually can't come in here, but they're parking on the George Washington Parkway. You have spectators who are trying to take all this in as they take photos and pictures, but also you have people who are just curious, trying to figure out what exactly is happening. We don't want to speculate on any casualties or anything of that such until we hear from that news conference, but as of right now, there is a search and rescue underway, and as you can see, the flashing lights over there by Reagan National Airport. Back to you.
Amari, thank you. And let me just point out again, and we mentioned this before, and as he said, people were showing up, curious onlookers. Look, let's call this what it is. This is a tragic situation. You could see the rescue effort underway. There are so many people who went to work today, didn't expect their night to end like this, or maybe their night's just beginning on the rescue effort. We're asking you, we've not been told to tell you this, but I think common sense prevails. Steer clear of that area, because at this hour, there's going to be countless numbers of emergency vehicles going in and out. We will keep you apprised of what we learn. I think that's the most important thing. I can understand The curiosity. Yeah.
You know, with this literally being in your backyard, right?
Oh, absolutely.
And,
right.
And Gravelly Point being the place that everybody goes just to watch the planes come in and out. So, you know, I know a lot of engagements that happen there. I mean, that's a happy place, but tonight is not the night. And like we said, you know, staying with us, staying with us in our team.
109,
We have a field of reporters that are going to our crews.
3849, Walnut Avenue number, L56, engine 109, medic 6109, operations A2.
We're getting confirmation. We want to make sure that the information we pass along to you is correct. Again, not
27th Street,
we are not in
engine
the business of
16,
sitting
medic 12, operations D3.
Game of what went wrong. We want to give you the information that matters right now, and the information that it can impact you on a more immediate scale.
And I keep looking down to see what new information we might have coming in. There's really not a whole lot at this point. Look, here's what I want to do at this point. So we had Kenneth over at the board a few moments ago. I'm wondering, can we bring Kenneth back into this here? Because on the right side of the screen, you're looking at FlightAware, and Kenneth has been looking at the landing pad.
61, medic 61, medic 8, district 61,
information about where these planes are coming from. Let's go back. Just about 20 minutes ago,
61, operations A3.
What you were seeing in your analysis.
Yeah, anybody can go to FlightAware.com. We use it as a resource here on many days. We're looking at when there's weather, there's severe weather, snowstorms, how many flights are impacted, where flights are coming from. You might even use it for a loved one if you are trying to find out more about their flight information and get real-time information about when are they going to land at one of our DMV airports. And so we went to FlightAware, and you can see this flight path.
Yeah, these planes are just parked.
Some of these incredible images that we see there on the Potomac of this rescue operation that's happening live. We saw this right here. We saw the flight path that is very typical for any regional jet that's coming into DCA, which again, one of the busiest airports in this nation. That sees anywhere from 600 to 800 flights taking off, landing, again, daily. So you do the math on that, and you can figure out just by minute how many planes are taking off and landing. If you even just ride by Reagan National, or you're on your way to pick up a family member, you see planes coming and going there. People, again, setting up just to see planes taking off from DCA. So we take a look at this flight path here, and we see the flight path of Flight 5342 making this approach, this northern approach up the Potomac, which is very normal. And then you see this green line right here as it crosses it from Virginia over, and there it stops right there at the Potomac. A very eerie sight, I know, to see that, but that is where Jim mentioned, Angie mentioned that when we started getting the emergency calls that were coming in from Southwest DC, this is the reason why, because not only did people see that flash, they probably heard it as well, but the flight path showing that it stops right there, never making it to DCA on that approach. Again, as we reset, Flight 5342, American Airlines, departed Wichita Airport, 5:39 p.m. Central Standard Time. Was scheduled to leave at 5:28, so just about 11 minutes behind the schedule. But as it made its way here east, you can see no issues, and then it made this approach coming down, passing IED Dulles, and coming down, making a very normal flight path here that we see for these planes. Again, 60 to 70 passengers that this plane carries. And then this approach to DCA, scheduled to land. Was scheduled to land the 8 o'clock hour.
Concord C for white powder resistance.
That is
near the Demon area in Bravo 50.
Here, I'll turn the scanner down a little bit.
Guys, I know I've been saying this quite aware, but to see that this gate arrival just did not happen, and just to see hash marks or dash marks there, that is tough to see, because we're talking about souls there that were on that flight. As we try to learn more about this flight, where it's coming from, as we look into the safety records. And guys, and I know we've been talking about how busy this airport is. We're talking about the reauthorization of that FAA reauthorization that allowed more flights to come in. The big debate that we covered here on Fox 5 of lawmakers who were against people who live along this flight path right here, who are also against because of noise and other things, and they were concerned about safety. And now this has happened. And so, Jim, as I toss it back over to you guys, just in case you have more information here, this is something that safety, yes, there's a rescue operation that's happening right now, but safety will be a big talker when we talk about what's next.
American Airlines confirming to Fox 5, 60 passengers were on board that flight, 4 crew members. Again, this was a Bombardier CRJ 700 regional jet going from Wichita to DCA. Again, that's the number of people who are on board, so a total of 60 passengers, 4 crew. That information coming from American Airlines, but at this point, no word on the status of any of them.
And you also have to feel for these air traffic controllers. A lot of times they're in these towers, and in this situation, I mean, they're helpless. There's nothing that they can do at this point. These are workers that have very, very tough jobs, highly stressful jobs. Many of them, we've done the reports, working 6 days a week, 12-hour shifts. It's a tough job, and it's important. It's what makes our town go. I mean, this is a main hub, not only for us, but also for the nation. And so you have to imagine there are so many people right now that don't even know what they can do as we all sit here and wait for answers to find out. More numbers are coming in, obviously, but still,
Engine 39, medical aid code 2, District 39,
that so many of us need right now is
Freeport, Engine 39, Operation Day 2.
To do any rescues. What's going to be the next step here?
There's a lot. There's a lot. And again, we're still waiting at this hour for a briefing where we're going to get more information. And you imagine in situations like this, they want to get everything. They want to get everything correct and everything accurate, because we've had situations like this. There have been plane crashes where you hear it was headed in one direction when the reality was it was headed in the complete opposite. In times like these, this is a situation where we have to. It's incumbent upon everybody to make sure the information gets through. And as we talked with flight expert Captain Richard Levy earlier, he thinks that an investigation into this should be pretty straightforward, because you have the data recorder, you have the black boxes on board. There have been flight crash investigations in the past that have taken years to complete. There was one back in 19.
Didn't they say he was supposed to be coming in on runway 33?
Was landing right outside of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, where there was a problem with the rudder. The rudder jammed, and it was FAA investigators called it at the time one of the most confounding and confusing investigations. So you hope in a situation like this, regardless of what the outcome may be, we learn what went wrong.
Because here's runway 33 right here.
Ever happening again. So as we've learned, and just about every elected official at this point is putting out statements, and I wish we could tell you that we have more information from them. I think at times like these, a lot of officials feel like it's important at least to say that they're aware of the situation, which it certainly is important to do that, but we don't have anything groundbreaking from any of those lawmakers, at least not yet at this hour.
Yeah, it'll be interesting if we're able to talk with the captain again, Captain Levy again, to talk to him about, a lot of times as commercial airliners, they have a system in place. It's a traffic collision communication system of some sort, which actually alerts the pilot to avoid, in the cockpit, alerts the pilot to avoid nearby aircrafts. And whether or not there was not enough time.
Right.
I mean, it seemed like it all happened rather quickly.
I want to point this out right now. I know if you're watching us in D.C., it may be one thing. If you're watching us on the live stream elsewhere, we just got a report from American Airlines. And what I want to do is, if we can, I'll read the number out loud here. But if you believe you may have had loved ones on board Flight 5342, call American Airlines, and they put out a number, 1-800-679-8215. Although I would imagine, it's entirely possible, again, with this flight landing from Wichita here into D.C. But again, American Airlines now is sharing this information. They're now calling it an accident as opposed to an incident early on, and I realize that is it's just a term, but at times like these, they're trying to make sure the information that gets out there is accurate and not speculative.
Yeah, after confirming that the 60 passengers and 4 crew members were on board their plane that crashed in that mid-air collision earlier, just before 9 o'clock, they also went on to say that their concern at this moment is for the passengers and the crew that were on board, and that they are in contact with authorities. They're assisting with emergency response efforts at this point, and now offering this phone number, 1-800-679-8215, to those who might...
This is a flight radar.
...was on the flight,
24.
Someone, or you're just trying to get information about it. So again, that number, 800-679-8215.
Tom 583, Silver 4.
What I'm trying to do is, and I don't know if we have any of this information, we've not seen it come in terms of flights that may have been diverted, because there were a number of flights that were supposed to land at Reagan National and cannot at this point. As mentioned, inbound flights are being held at their origin until Thursday at 5 a.m., but you got to imagine that there's a good possibility there were planes that were en route to Reagan National, because Metro, just within the last half hour or so, said that they are extending Silver Line service out towards Dulles Airport tonight to assist if anybody has had to divert to Dulles, but we don't have any specific examples. But you can imagine that in a situation like this, the GM of LaMotta, Randy Clark, certainly may have been given information that would necessitate keeping the transit system open for some time.
I'm in the Burger King parking lot, Zinn and Olsen on 8. Tom, Edward, Zebra, 262 is a white.
But I know prior to breaking in with the information from American Airlines, I was talking a little bit about the collision system, or the alert system that these commercial airliners have in place, and apparently helicopters, Black Hawk helicopters, don't have something of that nature. But because of the structure and the way that it's created, looking at just commentary from Black Hawk pilots online, saying they have a pretty good vantage point. They have good clear views. They can see what's around them if there's something approaching. So, not sure if visibility at all was an issue. Obviously, weather, other than it being dark and being
flight aware, okay.
Moonlit, might be the only factor when we talk about visibility. It's too hard to say, but it seems that both aircrafts are not equipped with an alert system of that nature.
So, and I want to go back to just things that we've been saying throughout the night in terms of the early speculation and the early information that was coming out. And there are people with sizable social media followings and who have loud voices.
It appears it's an accident.
And I wanted to ask all of you watching tonight. I realize times like these, in times in which we live, it is invoked sometimes to fault what we do, and sometimes that's rightfully so. But what we're doing here is trying to give you factual information. We're not speculating as to what happened. I realize that video we showed you earlier of the collision was stunning. We saw that just as you did in real time on TV. We are just working with the information we have.
There was a high-ranking military official on board. I wonder who it was.
What happened? Because there are 60 passengers and 4 crew members and 3 soldiers tonight who either went up in the air, they were coming back to D.C., maybe they were visiting, the soldiers were just doing their duty, and tonight, not just their lives are forever changed, but the lives of family and friends. We're talking about human lives here, so we will get you the information as it comes in. I ask you to trust us on this, please. Thank you.
Well, we want to bring in Mike Thomas. Mike, I believe you're standing by there. I was talking a little bit about the weather when we were speaking with the captain earlier. Just really trying to piece together, because we look at these live cameras every single night, and it's one of our things that we do. We say, let's look at Reagan National, a great night to be out there flying. Everything's clear. I mean, it's been the talk of the day that the weather finally is starting to cooperate, and so maybe you can shed just a little bit more light when you look at the area and the conditions. at the time when this happened.
Right, and that's something, you know, the folks at the National Weather Service work so well with the folks down at D.C. They issue reports every day specific for the pilots, for the planes coming out. They know everything that the wind's doing, how conditions will be. You heard the expert earlier. Are they flying instruments coming in? Not today. They shouldn't have needed it because conditions were so clear. Again, I was able to go back into the data just to see, you know, did any wind shift happen during this particular incident? And the answer is no, at least not from the data that's being reported out of DCA. Winds were steady for the better part of the last several hours, west-northwest, 15 to 20 miles per hour. There was a maximum gust of 26. That is more than enough for even the smallest planes to be able to adjust to. So nothing substantial in the winds. Visibility was maximized. 10 miles plus was the reading at Reagan National Airport around this time, and skies were reported clear. No ceiling at all, ceiling being the lowest level of the cloud deck. No clouds overhead during the time of the collision. I know the video you're showing there, hard to watch, but that is the moment that aircraft made contact with, or made a collision with, that helicopter there in D.C. Temperature still holding at 47. The concern, of course, when we're talking about a plane that goes down in the water is with water temperatures. They're in the 30s, widespread. Chesapeake Bay, Potomac River had ice on it all last week, even into this week, and we were able to go in on the buoy and get a reading, and this is live within the last hour. It gave us a reading 35.4 degrees. That is very cold water. Unfortunately, it's water that is survivable, but you got to get folks out of the water very, very quickly. After about an hour in water like that, you can lose consciousness 15 to 30 minutes, but after an hour in the water, your chances of survival do go down very, very quickly. Of course, the buoy a little bit farther away from Reagan National Airport. It is the closest reading, though, that we have to DCA. Now, we're showing you this video here, which is coming off of the Earth cam that overlooks the Lincoln Memorial. Lincoln Memorial way up here, and this plane was on approach, and coming across Maryland up into D.C., right across the Potomac River there. So that was the flight track according to FlightAware there, as it was making approach to the airport. Did look at the runway map, that you can see, and the runway 33 approach, which is the one that this plane was taking, it was trying to land on this runway right here. It's a little bit of a shorter runway compared to the longer ones that they are often used for takeoff. You see in that video, there's that initial plane that goes by that was far away, that it was way, way up here as that plane had taken off on that runway heading off to the north and west. So really quick, just to mention water depths around that region, eastern half of the river, depth is about 30 to 36 feet. Once you get closer to DCA, it does go down substantially, about 5 to 15 feet of depth there as you approach runway 33. Guys?
Mike Thomas, thank you. All right, so south of, and as you look at the map there, a little south of Alexandria, Arlington is Dangerfield Island. That's where Bob Barnard is right now. Let's check in with Bob at this point. Bob, you're up late with us. We appreciate it. Let's get a report from you.
Yeah, guys, I'll tell you what, there are hundreds of people out here, just ordinary citizens who are just compelled to come to the river's edge to do what they can, to see what they can see. And what we're seeing from here, as you described it, Jim, just south of Reagan Airport, just south of the runways here, it's a marina. If you're familiar with this area, it's on the Virginia side, Dangerfield Island, looking directly across the river, and it's probably about a mile from here is where the search and ideally rescue activity is taking place. So it's directly across clear view. It's quite a distance, but this is where people are coming to just, they're compelled to witness this thing. Nothing like this happening for more than 40 years here, and I'll tell you, it's heartbreaking to see. As you're coming in, people are walking out just shaking their head. Of all walks of life, and it's just rather extraordinary. But I will tell you, from this ground level vantage point, directly across the Potomac River, there are...
Yeah, I played the crash video earlier.
Flashing lights, you can see them from our images that we're sharing with our viewers right there. Both straight across, kind of like where we believe this crash happened, as you've been describing, Joint Base Bowling. You know, that's where Marine One is stationed. So that's all federal property. So I'm going to try, as soon as I'm done speaking to you here and now, to go around to the DC side to see as close as we can get to where the activity is happening, but also there's quite a bit also south of here, and so there are like two locations. We're not sure if one is a staging area where they're maybe bringing people if they're pulled from the river, and the other is where they're actually doing the search. But there are two distinct large groups of flashing lights and activity, and both appear to be on the DC side, from this vantage point, on the DC side of the Potomac River, and you know, where it stretches down into Maryland at some point, perhaps. But it's just extraordinary and heartbreaking, and again, people are just compelled to come to the river's edge here on the Virginia side, just to take it in, and we see people praying.
So, Bob, let me ask you, as we were looking at where Shamari was earlier at Gravelly Point, and we all know because it's right there, right on the edge of the runways, where you are, where there are curious onlookers, you're far enough away from the airport, I would imagine, where it doesn't appear that that's impeding any sort of response, correct?
All right, we're going to cruise around, folks.
It doesn't appear that any of the Marine rescue units have launched from this side, from the Virginia side. They're all on the other side. So no, this is just open. There was nothing keeping anyone from coming here. You know, there are other media here, but primarily just people who are compelled to leave their homes and watch the helicopters flying above and seeing what they can. It's disheartening, frankly.
Pacific 66, log on, no pizza too.
Well, thank you, Bob, so much for joining us and giving us a perspective down there on a very difficult night. We know now that the FBI has confirmed that they are in the response of this crash. The U.S. Coast Guard, we heard earlier, the Department of Homeland Security saying that they have every
location, such as the BMA gray jacket and a red motor vehicle.
Joining us live now tonight. Josh, where are you at?
Is going to be in a 2016 gray Chevy.
Jim, we're in Navy Yard just at scene 3 here. That's Nat's Park behind me. If you look over here, this is the Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge. And then if you follow me in this direction, this appears to be one of what I imagine is several staging areas for emergency personnel. DC police have a helipad down here, and some people that we were just talking to have been here longer than we have, said they saw a DC police helicopter land here. We also earlier crossed over the Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge, and it appears as though there's a dock. This may be a place where they're getting some boats into the water. It's difficult to tell because so much of it is shut down, but as you can see behind me, there's a lot of emergency personnel. As far as traffic goes in this area, take a look over here. A lot of these streets are blocked off. It was not difficult for us to get down to this general area. However, once we were here, it was extremely difficult to get to where we are now, to find parking. In fact, we were able to cross over the Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge, but then we weren't able to come back, so we had to loop back around on 495. It is a very chaotic scene. It's a lot of people like these gentlemen here kind of just trying to figure out what is going on. Obviously, everyone is extremely concerned for the people who are involved in this crash. And again, down here, you've got a lot of emergency personnel staging. It's difficult for us to tell you from our vantage point exactly what they're doing, although I can tell you we've been standing in this exact spot for 5 minutes, and a lot of times people hear of a crash like this, a tragedy like this, an emergency like this, and you think of people running all over, and I'm sure that is happening to an extent in other places. Right here, though, this is the scene that we've been looking at. It's a lot of emergency personnel who appear to be ready to spring into action. However, we personally have not observed a lot of movement here so far, guys, although I can tell you a lot of vehicles over there, a lot of emergency personnel over here, and Jim and Angie, a lot of concerned people here doing the same thing we are, which is trying to figure out exactly what's going on.
We have been to, we've all been to events down at the Navy Yard, and it's striking when you see the helicopters, the military helicopters, doing their thing, flying over, and we're supposed to DC not hearing helicopters overhead, and when those initial calls came in from Southwest, not too far away from
Hard Rock Port,
understandable why that
AC-13, AC-22, Truck 35.
112 Hard Rock Court. Structure fire, where's that? Put that in the comments. 112 Hard Rock Court.
You're used to seeing law enforcement everywhere, but but not like this. All these roads are blocked off. It is eerily quiet. It is eerily calm, despite all these emergency lights.
112 Hard Rock Court.
It's just, we, like everybody else, we're trying to piece together what exactly is happening here.
It's still so staggering. Josh Rosenthal for us tonight there at Navy Yard. We will check back in with you here shortly. Thank you. And you're right, Jim. The one thing that I hear from the eyewitness accounts or people that heard it, they said there was a huge boom, is that there's a lot of condos out that way.
Right, a lot of apartments, everything, yeah.
And it's just common. You just see helicopters coming to and fro, and it's no big deal. And it wasn't until they heard sirens, sirens after sirens, that they looked out and they said, whoa, okay, something is going on
Sorry,
here.
dispatch battalion 13, show me responding.
Out of the ordinary.
Let's see where that is.
11:30 right now.
112 Hard Rock
Fox
Court.
5. We're in extended live coverage of the crash of American Airlines 5342, which was going on from Wichita, Kansas to Reagan National Airport. It crashed.
Oh, that's Folsom. That's 10 miles away. We ain't going to that.
So, excuse me. A military helicopter was flying, and we have video, and we've seen it many times, and you're going to see it many times again for the time being, unfortunately, but it really does, it's the most tangible image of what happened. Our
So it looks like they have SSG or CHP, so I think PD can probably code for that traffic control request.
Colliding with that flight. It was a Bombardier 700 flight with 64 people on board, 60 passengers, 4 crew. As for the military helicopter, 3 soldiers were on board that, and we'll watch it again. And as we pointed out a couple of times, you see that plane up on top. That had nothing to do with it, but the collision happened right below it, that fireball that erupts just as you see all of those vehicles crossing the Potomac, leaving the city. Still at this hour, and here we are 2.5 hours after the collision. We don't have a picture if anybody survived. We've been hearing reports. And right now, we've talked to the passenger, somebody who's standing by at Reagan National Airport, which, by the way, is closed. All inbound flights being held until at least 5 a.m.
Clear current 2016 4 out of Sacramento.
We got boarded out of the plane, and maybe 20 minutes later, a crew member came in and said that there had been an issue, and we're going to have the airport is closed, and it probably will be closed for at least the next 2 hours, and they wanted everybody to deboard the plane. We waited to see what would change, and
so we're just kind of waiting to see what happens.
Closed for the rest of the night.
We're streaming here. We're over here near the 304 alley.
They also let us know what was going on, that there seemed to have been a military helicopter that crashed with a plane, but we didn't really hear too many details from that.
Engine 42, Medicaid 42, Medical Aid Level 2, District 42, 5625, Clayton Drive, Engine 42, Medicaid 42, Operations A2.
From the airport, you can see the 2, 3, maybe 4 blocks of just lights.
Please over company on the 4A.
Does this work?
Any contact with civilian or any sign of 904?
This worried me quite a bit, and my wife was really concerned, and she's like, you should just get out of that airport, go somewhere, stay at a hotel.
Engine 51, other level 1, District 51,
A lot of people are in that situation tonight where they were on the plane,
Alpine Road,
they were
Engine
on the way to
51,
Reagan National.
Operations
A number of
A3.
flights have been diverted. Metro is running additional service on the Silver Line tonight, going from Dulles Airport to Metro Center, and then at Metro Center they will bus people back to Reagan Airport. But we should point out, Angie, with this flight coming into DC, I hope people are watching. I hope nobody's directly affected. But if you are, American Airlines does have a statement out tonight, and they have established a hotline. It's on the screen, 1-800-679-8215. That's how they're going to disseminate information. And again, we're waiting for a briefing. We don't know when that's going to happen. It's going to happen tonight now.
Yeah, they haven't even given us a window.
4321, Charleston Road, Engine 18, Operations A2.
Was when Senator Ted Cruz says that they expected to be briefed by the FAA Thursday morning, tomorrow morning. We don't know exactly when that will be.
Engine 5, Medic 1, Medical 8, District 5, Riverside Boulevard and W Street, Engine 5, Medic 1, Operation E3.
What is evident through what you see on your screens right here, and that is everybody in this area that has the power to help out in the situation and try to
return clear, expired 12/18/24 on Madison, yes, Sacramento. Got a representation from November of last year.
Joining the search and rescue, the response in this crash. The U.S. Coast Guard out in full force. We know the Maryland State Police, they have deployed their divers. They are in that frigid water right now, the frigid Potomac, here at the scene of the helicopter and plane collision. We still don't know how much. If both aircrafts are submerged in the water, it's really hard because it is so dark, and that adds to the complicates and the amount of danger. It increases the danger factor here. And obviously visibility a big factor. Dozens of firefighters also joining in those dive operations. So we got a lot of people on the ground that you can see, but we also have a lot of people in the water as well, working to do everything that they can right now to bring survivors to
Medic 12, and 4, Operation
E3. All this came in tonight, right around, and the news around 9 o'clock. And initial reports come in that it was a crash, small crash. Then we heard the helicopter was involved. Then there was conflicting reports of where the helicopter was coming from. And that's really situations like this. This is just how breaking news works. And we often hope all this information comes in, and we just hope it's overblown. And that's generally what we were hoping for, regardless.
Yeah, he ain't gonna go live until probably tomorrow.
And with so many of you to get some answers on this. We are going to remain on the air through the evening. Into the morning. The morning crew will be joining us in a couple of hours, because once we get those initial reports and once we get the initial information, then comes obviously the impacts it's going to have on air travel in and out of DC. And I realize that is not the most important thing to talk about. Talk about people flying out, but regardless, this is the nation's capital, and lawmakers fly in and out of there, dignitaries fly in and out of there. It's not just passenger flights, as we know many other important flights.
Cars that are riding a bike across the street was hit by a vehicle
of Reagan Airport. We do know that, as Angie mentioned some time ago, the newly minted Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy is monitoring the situation.
I copy a message, Charles,
Mayor Bowser, Laura Kelly, who's the governor of Kansas, and Jennifer Homendy, who's the National Transportation Safety Board chair. They're all going to work together on this, but as far as information that we are getting from a district standpoint, DC police have sort of taken over, speaking for DC Fire and EMS. They were the initial responders. In fact, it was DC Fire and EMS that initially put out the reports confirming that a collision happened. But the numbers seen on the screen is 64 on the plane, 60
similar plane of 6 Nora King 554.
3 soldiers on board that military helicopter.
Yeah, which was, I believe, out of Belvoir, right? I believe they were connected to Belvoir. That was, let's see here. It was a UHC.
What's going on in Orangeville? I don't know.
So
I don't hear nothing on the scanner.
The information that we have confirmed will be known. But again, these are from American Airlines, which they had said that they will be doing some sort of public announcement a little bit later on, but that seems to be, there was never really a time frame put on it in the first place.
No. First and foremost, I mean, the most important thing right now is trying to bring these people to safety as possible. And that really is where the focus is right now. Moving forward, the way it will probably play out, if you were to look at it on paper and you look at how things have played out in history,
is on the 480 vehicle that lost in Bruceville with a male Indian driver.
Will lead the charge, and the FAA will weigh in and assist in any way. Also review safety regulations. I mean, a lot of times, I mean, we talked about Air Florida from 4 years ago. That's significantly
Wilkinson Street,
the way
adjacent to
airliners
Operation
and airports did
D3.
business when it came to how they dealt with winter weather and flying in and out of winter weather, and it changed protocols, and who knows if this is going to have the same effect and impact, and will lead to future regulations, because we simply just don't know why it happened at this point, and if what could have made it avoidable, but more light will be shed on it once we do have access to the information provided by the black box, the flight data, and of course the cockpit voice recorder and the chatter that we're going to find on there that might be able to reveal more information about what led up to it, analyze the cause. Then you've got the witnesses, then you've got the pilots, then you have the air traffic controllers. A lot of voices, a lot of pieces to this puzzle that need to be put together. But again, right now, let's try to...
The Associated Press, Associated was closed until 5 a.m. on Friday. That coming down from the Associated Press just 6 minutes ago. So the airport is now closed until 5 a.m. on Friday. That news just coming in by way of the AP. As we've been talking about this in terms of the situations we've seen in the sky in the past. I want to bring in
we have the same when they're ready. We'll be over here.
Inside the airport, near those boards, and speaking with people. And I just want to point something out, Nada, before we come to you. And this is something, I look over your shoulder, and I see Fred Rogers, and he said something I remember as a kid for the helpers. And there are a lot of helpers out there tonight trying to bring some peace to a lot of families, and the helpers out there, we thank them for their service. Nana, what can you tell us?
Yes, Jim. So right now we are inside the airport. We're on the ticketing level, and all the screens throughout the airport say just this: due to an emergency situation, all flights are being held on the airfield. Now let's talk about the fact that flights are being held. We had a chance to speak to a number of people who tell me that they were actually on their flight. They were boarded, getting ready to take off when there was an emergency kind of exit. Obviously, they get inside the airport and then find out the unfortunate tragedy that took place. One woman I was speaking to brought up a good point. Even though it's a fluid situation, there's a lot going on, and she says, we're trapped in the airport. We can't leave. As we've been reporting, the airport is closed. You can't come in, you can't come out. Her Ubers aren't able to pick her up, and she's terrified, she's distraught, she has a lot of questions. A couple of other people we spoke to say they don't know what to do. They're just sitting and waiting around, but right now there is no activity. Across over here, you can actually see this, active scene that we've been looking at all night. I'm going to have Sinan actually push into it and see how close we can get. But all those lights over there, that's the Potomac River. On the other side is D.C. It's still obviously very active. We have fire, we have police, as we've been saying. This is a multi-agency effort, everyone coming together. Just help. You mentioned helpers, but the situation in the airport, it is closed off, but there are a number of people here just trying to figure out what is next. How do they get home? Obviously people are like, how do I get rebooked, reassigned? Not everyone is from here. So, we're still walking the terminal, speaking to people, but a lot of people, very emotional about what happened. One woman said, it could have been their plane that was taking off or trying to land, right? And just trying to get some answers while we're up here. But I know we mentioned earlier, the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority says stand by for a statement. Right now that briefing has been put on hold, but media is being sent to a specific location in the airport. So that's why I'm assuming there will still be some kind of update if they're sending us to an area. But right now we're just in the terminal, walking around, trying to get some answers, trying to find people to speak with. But again, because of this emergency situation, all flights are being held. No flights are taking off and no flights are landing. So a lot of questions and uncertainty here. But I mean, we have passengers just take a look, just walking, trying to figure it out. There were people coming to look at the boards, but when they look at the boards, it says, due to an emergency situation, there's not much that they can do. A lot of people looking for questions today. So let me ask her something. Excuse me, are you traveling? Are you taking off? Oh, you're a journalist? She's a journalist, okay. But yes, just trying to get an idea of everyone that's in here right now. Jim?
Donna, let me ask you this, and I know you showed the boards there, and that's really as much information as we're getting out there. We have from the AP that they said things are going to be closed, that no flights are out until 5 a.m. I've not seen, I want to point out, I said that because the Associated Press had reported that. I'm not seeing that anywhere from any official airport channels. So if you get a chance, next time we talk, if you hear from anybody, because right now everything's saying 5 a.m. tomorrow, but it looks like we may see an airport close until Friday. So that's the one question I think we're all collectively going to try to get answered between now and then. So I just wanted to put that out there for you.
25599, 25599.
Yeah. All right. We're going to check back in with Nana coming up in just a little bit. Again, things are fluid. That was from Zeke Miller's reporting. And what do you have there?
Yeah, I'm just trying to see.
Yep, a bunch of them went into the AM/PM.
Then updating media, you can stand by for your briefings.
Yeah, and by the way, that's to be determined now. Originally, they had said it was going to be somewhat imminent, but that's not going to be the case. One of the big concerns out here that we mentioned, we were checking with Mike Thomas about the weather conditions, was not necessarily about not just about the air conditions, but the water temperatures.
Oh, yeah.
Because the water
67 David, units cover 487 to Cichard, 6200 Franklin. 15 ago, I don't think we saw a golf cart from that location. Flashing headed towards Highway 99. It's about $1,000.
That is really what is going to increase the danger here, the danger factor. I mean, along with the low visibility we talked about, and the temperatures.
Myrtle Avenue. It's the
water we saw today.
Email for Gillian in the background telling me that they're
breaking away finally.
verbal with someone. People were talking negative answer on the second
the conditions obviously not ideal. They're going to be an extra challenge for the divers, and time is really of the essence in situations like this. And we know that since the call came in, they've been out there, and they got right in the water, right in the beginning, but right now it's just so difficult for us to be able to tell you exactly where they are because we can only get so close.
I think what struck me earlier, because Nana started over near Gravely Point, and they started to drop some rescue boats in the water, and then very quickly they reversed. Armin Kurdian is a frequent guest here on Fox 5. He does a little
Welcome in, A Pineapple.
Armin, you have a good amount of aviation experience. I think knowing at least what we know right now, how does something like this, I think this is what a lot of people have. I don't know if you have the answer. How does something like this happen?
Well, I'm going to give you a few hypothetical scenarios. Just watching that video, and I actually heard as the American Airlines jet is descending, the pilot, if the pilot, really had in front, is probably still looking down, but you can't really see what's below your aircraft very well. The helicopter, on the other hand, has very good visibility above it, so the pilots would be able to see what's happening above. So I was saying, okay, how did the helicopter not see this American Airlines jet with flashing strobes in front of them? Were the pilots distracted in the cockpit? Were they looking at something? Did they have some other kind of issue? One is talking on the radio. Were they looking at a different display? And so you can see this happen very, very quickly as perhaps the jet came under the helicopter. So they may have only had a few seconds to actually notice it. Now, the other question is, okay, the air traffic control is talking to the American jet and the helicopter at the same time. Was it the same air traffic controller? Or perhaps were one or both of the aircraft not reporting their altitude correctly? It might have been said before, ASB, ADSB, which is a way for aircraft in that airspace to precisely state where they are on a regular basis. They basically
on my 1014 at Ramble South last
in the old days, it was just IFF, so it was just a singular sort of ping, an active ping on the radar, saying here I am, but the radar can actually know where it was. In this case, the GPS position says this is exactly where I am in three-dimensional space. So, if such a collision was about to occur, the air traffic controller would get an immediate
Killer, road number 122-41, Medic 625, Operation Day 2.
1,000 feet of each other, the air traffic controller would be alerted. You didn't hear any type of urgency in the voice of the air traffic controller. So that would lead me to believe that perhaps one or both of the aircraft were not broadcasting at speed, or there was perhaps a problem there. So there's a lot of potential possibilities.
However, it does seem, at least on first glance, more that both aircraft seem to be operating not really without any other kinds of emergencies or other kinds of issues, unless something happened that we simply didn't hear on tape.
I want to point out to those of you referenced the video or the audio. We read the audio. We do not have that to share. Otherwise, we would do so. But I appreciate you sharing it because I think you can tell a lot from the inflections and the tone of voice in situations like that.
It definitely adds context.
45, engine 45, Medic
ask you because, you know, back in 2023, the Metropolitan Washington Airport's authority
Brody Drive,
president
Medic
had
45,
really
engine 45,
advocated
operations A3.
against.
Hang on one second. Hang on. Okay. So we just got in our ears, and I'm going to point this out. That helicopter, the Sikorsky helicopter, the Black Hawk helicopter, was on a training mission when it crashed. Just to share that with everybody. And again, 3 soldiers on board, no idea of their condition, nor do we have any clue about the
Correct me if I'm wrong, but training missions, I mean, those are routine for them. This is their training. It happens quite a bit. There's a lot of helicopters around, and so perhaps a routine training mission, but good information there. But just going back to what the airport authority president said, he advocated against adding more flights, additional flights, said that they were already operating at full capacity, that the main runway here at DCA is the most widely when used. I think 90% of their flights come in and out of it. One of the busiest runways in the nation. And so this is a busy airport. I mean, is there, just in your experience, you know, with what you know, we saw reports leading up to this near misses and close calls. But
all right, we're at Roseville Road right now, folks. Roseville Road.
718 Myrtle Avenue. We've had 2 911 calls so far. Kind of verbal between 2 females. We've only had 1 female briefly on the line telling somebody that they were unable to get anybody back on callback.
Now we're southbound Roseville Road. Southbound Roseville Road.
When you look at the air traffic load coming into Dulles, into Baltimore, Washington International, certainly you can understand their hesitancy to bring in additional folks, and then you have to say, well, why would he say that? Well, there's some very good reasons. Perhaps the number of air traffic controllers they have was simply not enough. Perhaps the amount of ground crews was a limiting factor. Perhaps for some limiting factors that would prevent them from handling more aircraft. Not necessarily a safety issue, but simply from a logistics standpoint, it takes a lot to bring an aircraft and send it off. So it could be a number of factors.
Armin, thank you very much. Again, we're getting more information as it comes in by the moment here, and we got to go out to Shomari still, who's right near the airport with more.
Hey, Jim and Angie, we're here by Gravely Point, and you can see behind me, that is where this search and rescue effort is happening. A lot of people have been coming out here concerned about these 64 people on board this flight, joined by Mark Hacker. He's actually from Washington State, and you were in D.C. for business. You're out here. What's going through your mind right now, Mark?
I mean, I just wrapped up our dinner and everything, and we had a conference, and saw this on the news. I spent a lot of time in Washington, D.C. early in my life, and I used to come out here right at the point to watch the planes and just in the hotel room, said that can I come out and take a look at it and take a moment to give some thoughts and prayers for the people that are involved here.
Your reaction when you see right over there's Reagan National Airport, there's all the flashing lights, there's just a lot of activity with police, U.S. Park Police, emergency crews, you have fire trucks going back and forth. What's going through your mind with that, Mark?
I mean, you
Roseville Road South, Roseville Road South.
Something really big must have happened because there was so many sirens going off, and I mean, it's just an incredible show of support, from the local emergency responders to come out. And I mean, I think back. I mean, it's stunning to see DC National with no planes coming out of it. I mean, the last time I remember seeing something of that was 9/11, and me too. So it's really sad, and I really hope we can find something and all that out. But it's just a tragic thing to see, and my prayers for the people that are.
Get out the road, folks. Get out the road.
Speaking with me, Mark. You take it easy, and it's really cold out here. Moments minutes ago, I just spoke to some employees who were on the WMATA buses.
All right, we're on Auburn Boulevard now, Auburn Boulevard South.
Responders if they need to warm up because it is pretty cold out here tonight, and there are also Metro Transit officers, and they are also on standby. Everyone's right now on this basically.
We got a bunch of homeless encampments and trailers and RVs on the right-hand side.
Coming in and out of, and Barnard is at.
Kind of looks like they thinned out a little bit.
This is one of them where the crew
kind of looks like they thinned out a little bit till we get up here.
To dispatch, they're also speaking with federal authorities to determine what to do next, and basically now people are just offering their thoughts and prayers for everyone involved in this mid-air collision. Back to you.
All right, Shamari Stone for us tonight, and we are getting word that there will be a briefing at 12:30 a.m. On what happened. That should be the first official word, and according to Sierra Fox, we're learning that there could be briefings every hour after that is warranted. I presume we'll bring that to you, or at least the information that comes out of the press conference live for you here.
All right, do we see a campfire? I see a campfire. I need to see some emojis. I see a campfire.
If you are concerned that you may have a loved one on board that flight which was 5342 from Wichita to Reagan National, call the number on your screen. I caution you only if you are concerned that you have a family member on that flight. Should you call this number, 1-800-679-8215.
Yeah, and at this time we know that no flights are coming in or out of DCA. The FAA confirming that Washington Reagan National will be closed until 5 a.m. on Friday. So 5 a.m. Friday. So all day tomorrow until the next morning.
There we go.
You're overcrossing over 50.
Keep you posted on
Subject
that.
appears to be reaching his hands up like he's trying to find something.
It's a warming station. Call it what you want. I want to see you put in some emojis.
There were some that said they can't leave, that they couldn't find a way out. They couldn't get access to their Uber. They're pretty much stranded there. So we'll see if their conditions change, over time. But what is good and what is promising, at least we do expect to have that update here within the next half hour or so, around 12:30, and then hopefully an update every hour.
It looks like it's on
every hour after that.
Silver Dodge
can.
for the flocking. It should be a Honda. It's silver that matches the time.
Just to reiterate, what we do know is that a passenger plane carrying 60 passengers and 4 crew members that was incoming from Wichita, Kansas, expected to land right before 9 o'clock p.m.
We're on El Camino going west.
At some point,
coming up to Evergreen,
collided with an Army Black Hawk helicopter that was on a training mission, a helicopter that is out of Fort Belvoir, and at this time, it is believed that the aircrafts are in the Potomac, and that is where the rescue operation does continue. At this point, we don't know. We have no confirmation that anybody or anything has been pulled from the water. We haven't seen any evidence of that, and we have not been told otherwise.
So when Nana mentioned, and Angie just reiterated about the people who were concerned,
we're going to cruise in the Shell parking lot just to see.
Shamari took us over towards one of those buses where they're using Metro buses to warm up first responders, but more significantly, because there have been reports of flights being diverted, Metro is running Silver Line service late tonight going from Dulles Airport, where some of these flights have apparently been, at least according to FlightAware. We have not confirmed with NWA if any of these flights were confirmed with FlightAware, so some of them have been diverted elsewhere. So they are running Metro service from Dulles out towards Metro Center, and then at Metro Center they will run bus service to get people down to Reagan Airport. If they
you said 19 bodies have been recovered? Okay.
Obviously, Silver Line is not going to Reagan Airport, which is why they have that bus service going. But take a look at your screen right now on the left side.
Yeah,
you can see this is an extraordinary shot of some of those rescue workers on board one of those boats in the water. Really the closest I think we've been able to get so far tonight. Yeah, that's over from Alexandria.
Okay. Because we know that some of the divers from Maryland were some of the first ones in the water as well. I mean, they've come from all over the DMV to help out in this effort, and we also know that
I think there were 64 people on the plane.
West Moore has elevated the the level of emergency response to an enhanced
That includes the crew, the 4 crew.
106, medical aid, District 106,
I mean, unlike any other airport in the country, because you have
Arden Way, Engine 106, Operation Day 2.
It's adjacent to the district, which is part of by exchange the federal government and Maryland's nearby. So that's why you're seeing all of these agencies involved, and clearly it appears that they know who's taking the lead on this as they continue to go through this. But you're still seeing vehicles just speeding in and out of that area. And one thing that just is striking is you're still seeing that presence on that camera down below.
Engine 11, Medic 13, Medical 8, District 11,
that's what we've
950, Florin Road, Engine 11, Medic 13, Operation D3.
And so did Mike. He was able to really put it out on the map to give you perspective. I'm not one of those people that
Engine 1, vehicle accident, District 1, 3rd Street and Q Street, Engine 1, Operation D3.
There is that main runway that I talked about that is the busiest, one of the busiest ones in our nation. But
Now we're on Eleanor.
And that's for the shorter planes, and this is one that this plane is apparently approaching.
Midnight right now, you're watching Fox 5 Live continuous coverage of the crash of American Airlines Flight 5342 with a military helicopter. Richard Levy is a former pilot. He's a captain of aviation expert consulting. Live with us, we talked with you about an hour
Engine
or so
110,
ago.
Medic 6105, Medical 8, District 110, 730, Sacramento Way, Engine 110, Medic 6105, Operation Day 2.
This has happened. Misunderstood air traffic control clearance and distractions. Specifically, if the Army helicopter, the Black Hawk, was told to stay clear of the final approach course to the runway where the mid-air collision occurred, they, as I understand, a training mission. And it means there's an instructor pilot and a brand new pilot. And
Northbound Bradshaw, OP.
Training takes
9
place all
Frank,
the
Victor
time.
Union 408, 100 minutes improved on
They misunderstand the air traffic control's instructions to stay away from the path of the incoming CRJ 700. And so there's where the first mistake
On power line, approaching West Alberta, 7, Henry George X-ray, 566, flight 3 is slipping on side.
Also, the CRJ 700 has what's called TCAS on it, traffic collision avoidance system. You get an oral warning through your headset and the speakers on the flight deck, and it tells you which direction to maneuver the airplane to avoid a mid-air collision. Obviously, it happened so fast that there was not enough time for the signal to be processed by the airplane's computers, and so the mid-air collision happened.
X-ray, Noir, Frank, 498, Blue Chevy Tahoe. I got one more for you.
The military Black Hawk pilots understand that will come out of the cockpit voice recorders.
I did John, 580, 500.
700, but it happened so fast, I'm not sure you're going to get much information there, unless you hear them talking, oh, there's a helicopter out there.
171, Medic 8, District 71, 8774, Kelsey Drive, Medic 71, 171, Operation Day 3.
Let's go see if Rocky's out there now.
Medic 101, Medical 8, District 106, 3337, Arden Way, Medic 101, Operation Day 2.
That automation system that lets you know, hey, there's an airplane nearby, and I know that helicopters.
Engine 26, Medical 8 Code 2, District 26, 8010, Prior Way, Engine 26, Operation Day 2.
You alerted or you warned that somebody was that close.
It's not sure if
where does it go from here? Right now, we don't even know if they've taken anybody out of the water, if they've taken any of the aircraft out of the water. What we know that the airport now is closed, and they've made that decisive decision to
5 a.m. on Friday now.
Until Friday, so a full another full day that this investigation to go on. So what does that tell you?
As far as I know,
I want to say, make a point that you talked about. You just said something that could be a clue about 10 seconds ago.
We got 300 people in here. All right, westbound forward, westbound forward.
2 o'clock, it's like an hour clock, and it's off to the right side. 5 miles, there's a helicopter. Do you have a helicopter in sight?
X-ray San David,
or my first officer would say, we see the helicopter. Okay, and then the controller would say, that helicopter is maintaining visual separation from you. Nothing unusual, nothing unsafe. That's correct. That's going to be a question I'm going to raise. So with investigators, obviously.
Oh, you were listening to Broad testify right after it happened? Okay.
To the CRJ coming in. Now, to your next question or comment about the temperature of the water, we'll call it ambient. The temperature in Washington, I believe, is in the 50s right now.
Westbound US 15, the area of Jefferson. Advised, there's a male subject walking westbound on the highway, described as a white male, 5'11", known on clothing description. Again, a male subject walking westbound along westbound US 50 at Jefferson. Dispatch clear 205.
Have that, and I can go back and find it, but it was mid-30s.
Okay, that's good enough. The survivability is very short, very limited with cold temperatures like that. Back in the, what was it, Air Florida in the 80s, I'm not sure. It was 82. And that was wintertime, so there you go. Once again, whether it's the North Atlantic or the Potomac River, you've got very cold temperature survivability. Regretfully.
36, there's no 901 on our end.
And you know, obviously that also was a
Now we're Ford and Mabel.
byproduct of a plane not properly being de-iced, which in a situation like this, you don't worry so much about. But as we were panning across it, I don't know if you can see, but just the giant outpouring of rescue effort that we're seeing right now playing out at the airport is truly stunning because it hasn't changed all night. We should point out that we're going to hear more from the FAA coming up.
Clear, current, fly back, turn, help crew.
And we'll reiterate again because we're looking at the flight path, and anybody who flies in Oregon knows, you do get northern approach and you get the beautiful views. But that can be treacherous in certain parts of the day, especially when you're getting later in the evening.
It sure is. Again, the weather was not an issue tonight with this mid-air collision whatsoever. And why the CRJ wasn't told about the helicopter and then what was the helicopter actually doing. Obviously, a helicopter can hover, can remain stationary and away from the CRJ. So at nighttime,
Uh-oh, we got a car out here. We got a car out here. What are they doing?
With a rotating beacon above and or below the fuselage and red and white lights, and that is a fixture.
We have your RD money available for transfer.
Oh, they cleaned up some of the stuff. No, they didn't. They was dumping something, I bet you.
So we're going to find out what did the Army helicopter understand and were they complying with the clearance. That's going to be huge.
Okay, and Captain, I mean,
28 copy, thank you, P1.
Everybody who was involved there, the air traffic controllers, I mean, do they stay put? What happens as this investigation goes forward? I know the rescue operation is front and center, but I have to imagine that
42 on an area check for fireworks.
As soon as possible.
Oh, they will. Of course, as you both mentioned, the airport is closed for obvious reasons, but they will remove the controllers from duty, and then they will take initial statements, file the paperwork, so they're going to get the information to controllers. But the air traffic control communication is now recorded. They're a matter of law. They are record right now, and also, as I've mentioned a couple times, the cockpit voice recorder, which records during this whole entire mid-air collision before and at the point of it,
Heading on layaway.
pulled up out of the water, and probably not a big consequence.
No, none of them BFA was black. So the yelling for someone's attention to police who's been a verbal focus between a male and a white car. Get away.
I don't see no Rocky.
That is going to be a big factor. Communications, understanding of the clearance is going to be huge in this accident.
Navigate 14 Bravo, medical aid code 2, District 20, 940, Ellender Avenue, Navigate 14 Bravo, Operations A2.
You can sponsor it. You can sponsor where I go.
Black box built the same as one that you would find in
30 in row.
I've got to be 100% honest with both of you all that I do not know the answer to that of the Black Hawk helicopter, whether they have flight data recorders. I can think of some reasons why they should have it for accident investigation, and then you're talking about military combat potential. Would you want that on a helicopter? So that's a different question. I don't know. But all regional airliners and the major airlines, that would be the Delta, the American, Southwest, et cetera, in these regional airlines, they are required by FAR, Federal Aviation Regulation 121, to have an operable voice recorder. So absolutely they're going to have it on that. Again, what they're going to gather, because this happened suddenly and unexpectedly, because they would have avoided the helicopter if they had enough time to see it.
Medic 24, Medic Alert, District 109, 6021, Leavewood Drive, Medic 24, Operations A2.
What does that indicate to you?
Again, without having facts, but that indicates to me a very, very horrible, terrible mid-air collision of the rotor blades on top of the helicopter sliced through the regional jet.
What do you do?
That's what that tells me. A sudden, of course, it's silly to say otherwise, but a rapid, without warning, mid-air collision, and that the blades went through the CRJ PSA Airlines.
So the Celery 419, and the says it's going to be a no black adult wearing a gray hoodie, black pants.
For the expertise, what I want to do now is bring in our meteorologist, Thomas. We've been talking about the lay of the land there, and you have a better idea of
all right, we're going to come into a choppy signal area here pretty soon.
Right, we have a location which is just off to the east of the airport.
George, G. Bozeman, over
where we've been showing you Flight Aware here on Fox 5, where it shows the track and going right across the river here. So we're showing you all these live pictures of the rescue efforts down there. I do again want to walk you through. We mentioned with Captain Levy there, water temperatures 35.4 degrees right around Reagan National Airport. You can lose consciousness 15 to 30 minutes in water that cold, and then the chance of survival after about an hour within water like that really goes down very, very quickly. So crews would have needed to be on scene as soon as possible. They did get there quickly. Runway 33, this one here, was the runway that the flight was attempting to land on when that crash occurred. Now, this is the area where we're watching and where you see all this activity.
17 Adam Hall, 852.
Eastern side, and this was
we're at 5 in Bayou.
This was actually dug down to be deeper than most of the river. So the Anacostia Channel runs along the eastern half of the Potomac there. It's at a depth of about 30 to 35, 36 feet in some spots on that eastern flank, closer to the Maryland side of the river. Now, most of the river itself,
hey, Matthew, welcome in.
Most of the river is about 5 to 15 feet deep. After that, average depth kind of right around 7.5 feet in most locations.
We're looking for a SAM unit.
There, that's runway 33 there. So we have had reporters down at Dangerfield Island. That is right here.
You looking for SAM 5 or Frank 2?
But based on the Flight Aware, this was the approximate path that plane was taking, kind of hugging the coastline there on the Maryland side.
Traffic for
before it turned in to runway 33, and it seems to be something.
Do you want to review my
that collision may have happened, and maybe even a little bit before it, as it was approaching that runway right there, highlighted in orange. So lots of information continues to come in, and that is the area, and those are some of the depths.
97, Engine 7, Medical 8, District 7, 6441. Village Center Drive number 201, Medic 7, Engine 7, Operations B3.
There is nothing going on tonight. What's up with that?
They were trying to caution people from staying away from
information from fire in the airplane to G. George for a stop-and-check welfare. 8 ago, their caller advisor, the subject in the area walking through traffic with a rope around her neck. She's a female Hispanic adult, black shorts, flannel top, and no shoes. An unfortunate problem. I've declared someone.
I would expect what we heard about that first one is going to be just what they know. I don't know many other answers.
For 1157, I think they're inside the ER.
242 in progress, pending with units available, 338 CB Circle, 48 Adam. This is the possible address for the complainant. The 925 appears to be vacant and boarded up, but the caller reached 2 females screaming from inside, and it sounds physical.
But that is the reality, and that is the situation that we are all dealing with right now as we wait for word on whether or not the operation efforts have been
Maybe 4 units that can clear to handle before it crosses.
So the camera we're seeing on the top left, that is reminding guys where the shot is from, where they're at. It's just over in Alexandria.
32, I copy your message.
That's in Alexandria.
Sam for 42 is going to clear, so just pin that pen for them.
Light standards to illuminate the area. I mean, look.
Slug bug, slug bug.
It's pitch black.
Slug bug.
The water can be murky. It is cold. It is frigid. Not just in the air, but even more so in the water, where we've been looking at those buoys and the readings. But still, at this hour, I imagine when we have that first briefing in 15 minutes, we're going to hear, we're going to get the bulk of the information, at least right now, that'll keep us going through the rest of the night. But as mentioned, I know for a while, I don't know for how much longer, but they did put Metro put some extra trains out there on the Silver Line to bring people into the Bay.
Just confirm your last comment. Did you want to pull open out for the
Norwood and Jesse. Norwood and Jesse.
I did see there that I know with Nana, she said some people were having difficulty getting in and out of the airport, but I've since seen that they've let people line up to catch cabs and some ride shares, so that at least is some promising news for
Engine 8, dumpster fire, District 6, 9th Avenue and Stockton Boulevard, Engine 8, Operations D3.
So it looks like they're figuring things out, and that's really what this whole process is tonight.
Medic 625, Operations A2.
We are figuring it out with you.
Yep, exactly.
We are your eyes, your ears, our reporters are there. They're giving us the information as it comes in.
The operator was subject to be removed.
This will be our first briefing on this tragedy from almost 3 hours ago, right?
Yeah, it seems like that.
8:30 or so. And
starting a second, please.
Alright, 10-3, I'm posting a second to the target for slower than that.
Yeah, give me a moment here. There is a video out.
242, I copy attached.
Send it to our control room momentarily. Just the CEO of American Airlines has put out a statement, and we'll check
the train hold and make the food.
So I can get that over to
copy.
You said go to the south. We'll see.
Once again, as mentioned, and just we'll reiterate what we know, because that's the most important.
742, be advised, this project attached as a fire.
3 hours and 17 minutes ago, an American airline flight on its way from Wichita, Kansas into
What's up with this person?
Airport collided.
That's all she has for the license plate number.
Say no to drugs.
A military helicopter. It was an Army helicopter on a training mission. There were 3 on board, 3 soldiers.
You want to go ahead?
60 people. 60 passengers on board that plane, 4 crew members on board for a total of 67 people.
No wait. 4700, Manzanita Avenue, Engine 108, Operations A2.
He's also an attorney. He's joining us now here live on Fox 5. And Jim, you have been you've been involved in investigations. You work with Mary Scavo, the former DOT Inspector General, on these sort of things. Let's talk about the investigation part of this. How quickly does that start, or do we have to wait for the search and rescue operation to complete?
Well, I think they're both coinciding at the same time. Obviously, the main focus is the search and rescue at this point, but they'll be gathering information. Both the NTSB and the military both are mobilizing and probably mobilized as soon as this happened to get investigators on the scene and start collecting data and making sure, like with the FAA and air traffic control, audio, radar tapes, all those things are being preserved.
And I bet by now you have, like most of us have seen that video that shows the moment of impact, the moment that the aircraft and the contractor and the airliner came together. What is your takeaway from that, from what you're able to see?
6 Tom John David 956.
We're still in shock. How can something like this happen? I know the details are very minimal right now, but from your experience and from what you've seen, what can you tell us?
I want David.
Sure. So what I've heard so far, and there are
Change our apartment number to 109.
tapes out there and some of the communications. The aircraft, the American Eagle aircraft was on short final, was at about 400 feet, just getting ready to land. Was in communication, appears to have been in communication with the control tower, and the control tower told them, that there was traffic, a regional jet in front of them, and
DC-1, Truck 10, Engine 12, Navigate 53, Central Rescue, District 10, 1, Golf Course, DC-1, Truck 10, Engine 12, Navigate 53, Operation C7.
When you see that video that's shot from far away, again, you don't ever want to speculate.
Operation C7.
But if I was just to guess at something, the crew of the helicopter may have seen a different aircraft. And when they said that they had that aircraft in sight, they had been talking about one that had been taking off rather than one that was landing.
I just wanted to ask one thing, just because.
Medical Aid Code 2, District 25, 8249, Relay Drive, Engine 27, Operations A2.
Is that, we talk about going forward with the investigation of the black box and the reporters and the conversations with the...
No, it's pretty small. And they're anticipating just doing some door knocks and doing us on the way out.
That military also probably has their own set of aviation investigators as well.
They do. So the Army does have their investigation. Actually, the Army will do 2 investigations.
And she's going to give an estimation.
What they call a JAG investigation, which is more of a legal to see if there's a fault to be assigned.
There's zero, I feel over that connected to full 20 by second responsive building. Time is still heading inbound.
Which isn't looking necessarily as assigned fault.
Copy.
To see if any violations were made, but to look at it holistically as to what was the cause of the accident.
We're just going to have to finish the meeting and we'll just have our teams meet down the line. Oh, good.
Thank you so much for joining us tonight with your insight and expertise.
We've been getting various incidents.
Yellow, 856, 222,
As we continue our coverage here, again, 12:22 in about 10 minutes, we're expecting to hear a live briefing, and we got a list of those who are taking part. It'll be several dignitaries, several leaders, including Mayor Bowser, DC Fire and EMS Chief John Donnelly. I want to hear from them first and foremost because they were the ones who put the information out there. By the way, American Airlines.
Sheriff Channel 3.
Airlines has put up a video statement. We have not seen this. Let's go to Kenneth real quick. Turn that video around.
We've got a MP. We were able to check the area at 6904 Foreman Way. Black male about 14, last seen wearing a red Nike sweater, blue and gray sweatpants. He's a diagnosed ADHD.
Obviously, on this serious accident, he said it was a difficult day. It is a difficult day for all of us here.
Edward George 380, he'll be back.
Check. .04 Foreman, black male juvenile, 14, 5'8", 130, brown over black, red Nike sweater, blue gray sweatpants. Thank you. Unfortunately, it was last seen, or they last saw him at 17:30.
You can hear that message from
Not firm, he was walking on foot.
For all of us at American Airlines, and the company is now focused on those crew members and the passengers who were on that flight. He expressed deep sorrow. He also said there was a lot of
he doesn't know at this point, but he wanted to share what he does know. And much of that information, guys, is what we've been able to get on Fox 5, which is very limited information about where that plane was coming from Wichita to DCA to Reagan National, the time that it was supposed to land there at National, and then what he knows so far is, again, the confirmation of the numbers that we've put out.
Control 26, start 4952 and 2C 2513 Connie Drive. 172, copy is the open line. Complainant copying 8 meters. There's female screaming in the background saying get it out of her vehicle. Then here now also yelling in the background, history of 2035. 95 to a 2C.
That are ready to respond to any scene, just like we see from the NTSB that has go teams.
Copy, do you need fire started or you said they're fine?
Yeah, they're fine. What do you guys been doing? And we don't need to go those
federal teams. He said it will take time to learn exactly what happened tonight, but they are determined to find out the cause of this incident that he put out as it becomes available. Again, we're going to turn that sound around right now, and apparently we've got it, guys. So here is Robert Bison, the CEO of American Airlines.
I'll brief you on a serious accident.
Just confirming it was Old River, correct?
The aircraft was operated by PSA Airlines, which is a wholly owned subsidiary of American Airlines. First and most importantly, I'd like to express our deep sorrow about these events.
Medic 641, Medic 8, District 41, 7473, Liberty Way number 269, Engine 41, Medic 641, Operations A2.
I know that there are many questions, and at this early stage, I'll not be able to answer all of them.
Accidental, but it sounds like a 981 is still needed due to the history of the 415 Indiana
Flight 5342. By PSA Airlines, the CRJ 700 aircraft traveling from Wichita, Kansas to Washington Reagan National Airport.
102, Medic 101, Medic right, District 102.
With a military aircraft on approach.
Away.
Flight 5342 was under the command of 4 crew members
Operations
and carried
A2.
60 passengers for a total of 64 people on board. We're actively working with local, state, and federal authorities on emergency response efforts, and the American Airlines care team has been activated to assist our passengers and their
All right,
families.
Diane, catch you later.
We're cooperating fully with the National Transportation Safety Board in its investigation, and will continue to provide all the information we can. Our cooperation is without pause, and we want to learn everything we can about today's events. That work will take time, but anything we can do now, we're doing. And right now, that means focusing on taking care of all passengers and crew involved, as well as their families. Members of our GO team will be on their way to Washington, D.C., and I'll be heading there shortly as well.
So far, I can see the car is
Concerned for the welfare of their loved ones.
Nothing else going on right
And
now.
we've set up a special helpline friends and family can call at 1-800-679-8215. That's 1-800-679-8215. If you believe you've had friends or family on board American Eagle Flight 5342. We understand and appreciate that people are eager for information. Please know that we'll continue to share accurate and timely information as soon as we can. But anything we must report must be accurate. We owe that to everyone involved. Our team of highly trained professionals will be working around the clock to support our passengers, crew, and their families, however we can. And we'll update you as soon as we can. Thank you.
All right, that was Robert Bison. He is the CEO of American Airlines, and I realize a lot of the information that he provided there was things that you may have already heard from us. Regardless, we're expecting to get more at this press conference coming up at 12:30, which in fact should be just about 90 seconds away, although these things definitely don't run on a firm clock.
Yeah, and meanwhile, we continue to hear from people who have witnessed this and are sharing their accounts. I know one guy chimed in and he said it sounded like a war zone crash, and that he saw immediately what happened afterwards. And just to kind of give you an idea, and another person saying that they thought they were hallucinating at one point. They thought that, I see this every day. I see planes going to and fro on my drive back and
Lake Code 2, District 62,
I think that a lot of people are still in
9504,
a state of shock. We heard Bob Barber saying that a lot of people are just coming down to where he is at. I think he's a little more southern, right? He's south of Gravelly Bay. And they had to come see for themselves, and they can't believe.
We should be getting more information during this press conference. Okay, go ahead and tell you. Control room's talking to me. Go ahead. Okay. There's the press conference on the top right-hand corner of the screen. Okay. Yep. So let me ask the control room. Take that top right box. Put it somewhere in here, and we'll continue to talk. In the second that we see people walk up in the podium, we will stop. That way you can focus on keeping the train on the rails here. But as we take a look at the latest from the Associated Press, and again, this is from the AP source, they say multiple people have been killed in this bitter collision. We don't know how many. This is according to a person familiar with the matter, telling the AP, the person not authorized to publicly discuss details. So that is from the AP. We depend on the AP for a lot of the information coming down here. And again, because this operation has taken so long, you hope for the best, you plan for the worst, and unfortunately, that seems to be what we're going to hear at some point. This, what you're looking at, is inside one of the terminals at Reagan Airport. Everybody's getting into place. We will take that live as soon as it happens.
Yeah, and right now you're waiting to find out just exactly, the arrests that were made. We're getting conflicting reports, but still, at this point, no confirmation that anyone or anything has been pulled from the water. We do know that there are family members that are also at this airport, waiting patiently and waiting with a lot of hope to get good news or a good update. We heard from the CEO of American Airlines, who really couldn't give us too much detail, but said that their priority right now is to do everything and anything they can do for these passengers and for the crew and for their families. And so hopefully Sierra Fox is there, I believe, standing by. She'll be able to bring us the very latest, and of course we're going to bring you that live information as it comes in. Meanwhile, we have made note that not a whole lot has changed as far as the level of response. And
well, while we're waiting to hear from this briefing, Badi Ismail is joining us now. He's live on Zoom. Where you are, you live somewhere where you saw really this happen, and I just want to get your take as to what you saw earlier this evening. And by the way, where are you at?
I am at Buzzard Points, where the river Green, by James Green Marina. I have an advanced view of the Potomac River, the Annapolis River, Reagan Airport, the military base. I have a cinematic view, so I can see everything that is happening from the moment the crash happened, because I was in my I was watching TV when the crash happened, but it was a bang bang, very loud bang bang, something I'm not familiar with, something you don't normally hear. So I turned into the window to take a look. That's when I saw some smokes on the south side of the airport. So I still did not, I wasn't able to comprehend everything. So a few minutes later, that's when I saw the DC Park, the Coast Guard, DC Police, Arlington Police, fire truck, everything, and every resource within DC were heading toward the crash scene. That's when I took the video somewhere around 8:50 p.m. And we want to make sure like something is really happening. The river, the Potomac, is frozen. We're talking about 39 degrees as we speak today. So it's been frozen since the inauguration day. So that's another hassle that the U.S. Coast Guard will have to maneuver through all this ice in order to get to the crash scene. The crash scene is about 2 miles from where I'm at. Based on what I see, I have friends that work in the DC Park. Based on their analysis on the site, this is not a sexual rescue mission at this point, okay? It is, unfortunately, it's an evacuation. I only have slow boats, so say, 10 boats, and then very close. Most of them are only on the east side of the river, which is by the military base, and I believe that's where the crash went.
19, Medic 19, Operation Day 2.
When we talk about guys, we're talking about hypothermia. It's inevitable.
Medic 19, Operation Day 2.
8:50 p.m. Now we are at 12:34. We're hitting almost 4 hours.
Yeah.
So this is really devastating.
Bonnie, let me jump in for a second here, because I just want to point out, yes, when we talked about the air temperature, we talked about the water temperature. Clearly, these are dangerous, treacherous, life-threatening conditions out there. We do not have any confirmation yet. If it's been called a rescue mission, they have not officially called it a recovery operation, which again, we're hoping to hear some update momentarily.
Yeah, and from our vantage point, it actually looks like it's somewhat stayed the same. The presence, if anything, has only grown. But if I understand you clearly from what you've been able to see, because you have a different view, does it look like there are fewer boats in the water?
Fewer boats, 100%.
Yeah.
They are all stationed, and all of them are stationed on the east side of the river. So they've been stationed there for a while. So that tells me that they found the debris of the plane. So what they're doing right now is they're either collecting, rescuing. You're right. They call them station rescues. Keep it that way and hope for the best. Hopefully, they found some live people.
On a silver Nissan.
Hey, Christina, thank you for subscribing. We got a new subscriber, everybody. Christina, welcome in.
Santa Costa Bowling side.
Yes, but let me take you actually outside just to take a look and see. Yeah, let's look.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay, we are on 12th Avenue and 33rd Street in Oak Park.
And I realize, because we've seen from people
Engine 45, medical rate code 2, District 45,
when you look at it from afar, you get a sense of what kind of massive
Engine 45, Operation Day 3.
100%. The fire trucks at the regular, we're talking about hundreds of them. But the
Engine 108, crash fire, District 108,
that just told me it's either
6744, Lincoln Avenue, Engine 108, Operation Day 2.
These boats to get to the sites. I'm not so sure, but it's not as the scene in the water is not as much as the scene at the runway or at the Costa Bowling military base. So,
Abadi, we thank you so much for your insight on this, and just from your story. We have to go back to the airport right now. We're still awaiting that briefing, but Nana Seyabonsu is there. She has been at the airport since the breaking news came down, and she's here with an update now. Nana.
Hey, Jim. Yes, in moments we are expecting a briefing, an update from public safety.
Now we're going northbound Martin Luther King.
Mayor Bowser is here as well as Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority, all expected to speak at this podium that is set here. A number of news outlets, media outlets here, all doing the same thing that we've been trying to do since we've been out here. The moment we got the call, get some answers and figure out what's taking place. How is that rescue going? Now, let's talk about the 60 passengers and then the 4 crew members. There's now a reunification center that's set up here in Terminal 1 for families on our way from Terminal 2, because that's where we were at our last hit, and that's we're told airport leaders, the American Airlines leaders are kind of gathering families as they come in looking for their loved ones. Again, we don't really have any additional information. We just know that there is a reunification center set up here in Terminal 1. And when people come to the airport, they'll be led in that direction. But as we try and get more information...
Eastbound Broadway.
Number 415, family, 861 Vintage Park. Puppies out of call reception, the female neighbor screaming. There's a male and a female, both of the pretties that will
I see
live
some
there.
lights up ahead.
So it's expected to start any moment from now. They told us 12:30. As you know, it's well after 12:30. Sometimes these things, it literally just takes time. They're still gathering. They're still putting together information before they get in front of us and deliver whatever it is they have. So we'll be here. It's expected to start soon. Again, you can see everyone is set up, ready to go. And we'll have whatever updates that come in for you. But again, very fluid situation. We've been moving around. We started at Gravelly, worked our way to the ticketing, Terminal 2, and now we're here where this presser is getting ready to start. So hopefully we can have the information we've been asking, the numbers, the rescue. And one question that I have is when we were those boats go in and then they left, you know? So like, why were those boats pulled out? Were they too far? Was the rescue taking place somewhere else? So many questions. We're hearing a lot of different unconfirmed reports. So there's so many questions. And Jim, I did not forget the question you asked me to figure out what time this airport will reopen, whether it's 5 a.m. that we're hearing or it's sometime on Friday. So
I'm having close to cover 6-1 Adam.
Bear with us because we have a lot coming in right now.
Yeah, and hopefully, Nana, that's why we had the briefing where we'll get those answers out there. But thank you very much. We appreciate you, Nana, and we'll check back in with you in a little
Avenue
bit.
and
Again,
Madison
situations
Avenue,
like this, in times of breaking news, things are fluid. We don't. We were told that the briefing would be at 12:30. Obviously, they want to make sure that everybody is on the same page with something like this before they start addressing the media on this matter.
One official we did hear from, though, was recently Robert Ism, who is the American Airlines CEO, and he said in the video that he released that they would like to express their deep sorrow about the events of this crash. It's a difficult day for
Operations A3.
And their efforts are focused now on the needs of the passengers,
Engine 76,
crew members,
Medical
the
Aid,
partners, the first
District
responders,
76,
families, and loved ones.
8233, Burning Way, Engine 76, Operations
that they
A3.
want those who believe that they have loved ones or friends, perhaps on this flight, to call. I know we were sharing that earlier. I'll go ahead and run through that again in case you're just joining us now. 1-800-679-8215, 800-679-8215. And again, I know we've been speaking to some eyewitnesses, but I think it's also really important to reiterate that at this point, we still don't have any.
Block 24, illegal burn.
Yes, they don't want to be there.
State Avenue and Madison Avenue. Block 24, Operations A2.
60 passengers, 4 crew, 3 soldiers, and I think those are numbers we're going to remember for a long while. That as mentioned, that's
Engine
Sikorsky helicopter was on a training mission,
64,
as they often do. These are more or less the career helicopters that the U.S. military, the U.S. Army uses, often used to transport dignitaries around. There were no dignitaries on board this flight, according to reports out from the Army tonight. So at this hour, again, normally at 12:42 in the morning, you see maybe a couple stragglers, some concessionaires at Reagan Airport shutting down for the night, security, cleaning crews, and tonight, unfortunately, this has become really the epicenter of what we're going to hear as this breaking news continues.
All right, what's going on up here on Stockton Boulevard?
Again, at this hour, there's only so much we can say, guys. And let me. I know we were talking about this earlier. Is I want to bring back in Kenneth Moten into the conversation here because Metro had diverted, or they were running extra Silver Line service because there were reports that people might be diverted. You were running down some of the things from FlightAware, Kenneth, and it does look like there were some diversions.
There were diversions, and several into Dulles. There were flights out of Nashville, Denver, Minneapolis, Orlando that were originating from those cities that were headed for Reagan National.
I gave Comp a phone call back if you didn't answer the voicemail.
So the crash happened around 8:30, just before 9 or so, before this flight was supposed to land at DCA. Those other flights were en route inbound, and they were diverted shortly after this mass casualty event was declared. And they were diverted to Dulles. Many of them were diverted to Dulles. There were a couple that I saw according to FlightAware.com that were diverted to BWI that were coming from Atlanta and Houston. These were Southwest flights as well. So this is something that is typical. If there was some type of incident that would happen on the runway at Reagan, on that main runway or any of the runways there, at that very busy Reagan National Airport, we would see flights diverted. These flights, diverted, something that I feel like we haven't seen the amount of flights that we saw diverted after this incident, which is understandable. This is something that we really have not seen before. And then obviously those who were on, the passengers who were on those flights had to get in touch with their family members or whoever was possibly going to pick them up at
Exit drive number FTE600, medic 665, operations
and
approved.
obviously, once they learned, this is speculating, but once I'm just putting myself in their shoes, learning what happened as soon as they landed, I'm pretty sure they were very thankful because at this moment, I mean, I'm pretty sure for those who have flown in and out of Reagan, you can say that could have been me. And so that's very sobering thought for those passengers.
Hey, Dale, thank you for subscribing. Welcome to the family, Dale.
We're supposed to land at Reagan in the 9 o'clock hour, but many of them, again, landed safely at Dulles and BWI. And again, as Jim, as you and Angie have been mentioning tonight, obviously that Silver Line service has been extended there from Dulles, obviously before making transportation or made transportation arrangements from BWI as well. And look, that was my count on Flight Aware, but I do believe there were other flights because it was a very busy night at Reagan National. I do believe there were other flights that were diverted as well. But I'm also seeing the cancellations that are also popping up. Typically the boards that we've seen where Nana showed us the board that had the message up there, typically those boards will tell you what the delays and the cancellations are. We've gone and done snowstorms or anything that and weather impacts there. We go to those boards to see what's happening and to see what kind of delays and cancellations are going to be. And so I went on flightaware.com,
which we use often. I mean, you know, it's a very useful tool, yeah.
And it's 109, medical rate, district 109, 3939, Walnut Avenue, engine 109, operations A2.
Reporting that right now it's showing that the airport is going to be closed until 5 a.m. on Friday, but I don't from a few weeks ago that crippled Reagan National Airport and all of our 3 major airports. I do believe from my experience here that this is going to be a ripple effect that will impact that airport, maybe even possibly through the weekend as this investigation really is in the infancy stages, because we're at this rescue operation that is still underway there. As you look at that line of ambulances here, I've also, guys, been checking into to see obviously the hospitals in our area. We have a number of major hospitals with level 1 trauma centers that are ready for this. We know that when it comes to those first responders that you see there, when it comes to the hospital staff, they train for these types of incidents, hoping that they will never happen. But here we have them waiting on standby, waiting to serve, waiting to treat patients if and when they get them. Again, a very sobering thing that we see first responders lined up.
You know, we've been reading a lot of statements that are coming in, and Kenneth, and I want to read this because it's coming from the President of the United States on his Truth Social account. I'm just going to read this verbatim. This is from President Donald Trump. The airplane was on a perfect and routine line of approach to the airport. The helicopter was going straight at the airplane for an extended period of time.
They're going after a Swift truck, huh? Leave them truck drivers alone. You know what I'm saying? They don't bother them.
Like it should have been prevented. Not good. Yeah, we're certainly it is a terrible situation, no doubt, and we're hoping to get some answers, at least preliminary answers, when we check in with the briefing coming up in just a little bit. In fact, as mentioned before, this is the second day on the job meeting today. New Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy. We'll be hearing from him early on in this briefing as well. Whenever it gets underway, they're in position. Again, at times like these, they will give us a time, but it does take some coordination to get everybody out there and to speak. But we will be hearing from Fire Chief John Donnelly, senators from Kansas as well. Senator Jerry Moran earlier tonight, a Republican from Kansas, who had said earlier he kind of gave first information where maybe it was in Wichita. We heard roughly around 9:15 where the flight was. It took time for us to confirm that, but the senator will be speaking there because these are their constituents as well.
That's right. You mentioned Ted Cruz too.
Ted Cruz as well, yeah. Head of the Congress Committee in the Senate who oversees transportation.
Yeah, so they'll be getting their own separate briefing also in the morning. But yeah, you talk about Secretary Duffy and wow, yeah, sworn in today, and he's there right at the beginning at that FAA headquarters. So he's been there at Ground Zero, so to speak, since it started. So hopefully they'll be able to shed more light on this and more importantly, be able to give some of these families some answers. I mean, that's what we're all waiting for. This is, unconfirmed reports. We are getting text messages. I mean, this is where we live. People were coming home. And now, we are starting to get messages that people knew certain people and certain families were there. And it's going to be a very, very difficult night and very difficult coming days for many of us. And
Bring a red hat, black hoodie, blue jeans.
hope for the best.
Yeah, and I keep looking down at you probably see us looking down and just getting the latest information out there and seeing if we're getting any new alerts that are coming through. There's a lot of people watching this, a lot of people watching. Let's go back over to Shamari Stone. He's over at Gravelly Point. He's ready to go. Shamari, let's go to you.
Well, first of all, the people that I speak to are actually, some of them are tourists who are staying in their hotels. You have people who are in hotels and live actually near Reagan National Airport. Many of them have been coming out here throughout the evening, taking photos. One woman was praying that I saw, concerned about the 64 people who were on that plane. A lot of folks are asking themselves, how can this happen? How did this happen? What led up to it? And of course, those are questions that will have to be answered in due time. Right now, people are concerned, obviously, about those people. And over here, you have Metro Transit police officers, U.S. Park Police, you have WMATA buses, and all of them are here as a command post by Gravelly Point. This area is been closed. They're allowing us to be here to bring you this live television. There are people on the bus over there waiting for emergency responders who are cold to come and warm up there. You have these officers also on standby. That there is moving, and people come in and out, and there's a lot of activity here at this area. And if you move over here, this is where they have the rescue mission. And right now we're going to go to the news conference for you all so we can get an update.
Yeah,
go right ahead.
We'll check back in with you. We're going to go back over to Reagan Airport. This is where that briefing is happening. You can see they've been to go, and any moment now we're expecting to hear from several officials and the initial information. I expect we will get a bit of a clearer picture as to what the toll is. All we've been told, all the Associated Press has been told, was it was multiple casualties. So they are stepping over to that podium right now. Let's listen into Reagan Airport as we are set to hear what led up and what information we know early on about the crash of 5342 from Wichita to Washington Reagan National Airport. All right, there.
Okay.
We're
hearing that they're not ready just yet. They've got, as you can imagine, they want to get it right here, right?
Well, right, that's
they don't want to step up there and rush into anything, and you got to respect that. So it looks like the cameras are turning around. Perhaps people are getting in place.
That was sort of the signal we had to start going there, but they're all checking to make sure that the feeds are working, the microphones are working there.
Yeah, location will be the 7-Eleven off Auburn.
They'll take some questions.
I would imagine whatever question they can answer. I don't know. I mean, yeah, because we still have an investigation to get through.
So preliminary that.
All right.
I see them walking.
Let's listen in.
I'm the mayor of Washington, D.C. I'm at Reagan National Airport. I am joined by United States Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, United States Senator Jim Moran, Senator Roger Marshall, Jack Potter, the CEO of the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority. We are here to brief you on the very tragic events of this evening, where we know a passenger plane coming to the airport here collided with a military helicopter. Our fire department, DC Fire and EMS, supported by fire departments, police
Edward,
departments from across the Washington metropolitan region are executing a rescue operation in the Potomac River. They are working diligently in very dark and cold conditions, cold water, to execute this rescue
And those subjects are GOA. And the direction of travel is the Boulder Ford Stamp.
By American Airlines officials. I'm told that American Airlines leadership is on the way to Washington as well. And officials are in the airport talking to families now. We do have a 1-800 number where families should contact us.
David Yellow 65.
Contact American Airlines for more information, and we'll be providing that information shortly. I am going to turn to a number of officials to provide as much information as we can this evening, and we expect to have
Truck 35, 7 Level 1, District 35,
at daylight.
604,
So with that, I'm going to turn to
Truck
Secretary.
35, Operation Day 2.
Thank you, Mayor Bowser. I think for all of us, we want to extend our thoughts and prayers to those individuals who were impacted by the events tonight, their families. We know this is a very difficult time for all of them. I want to join the mayor and everyone here to extend our thank you to the first responders who, again, in very difficult situations, are out there searching and attempting.
She did not.
Tonight, I spoke with President Trump.
Was semi-uncooperative, didn't want to give her name. We do have a callback number for her because she called 911, and the friend also wants to be anonymous.
And Mayor and others in leadership, as well as Governor Youngkin from Virginia and Governor Kelly from Kansas. From the Department of Transportation and FAA's perspective, we are going to offer full support to those on the ground, to the mayor, but also to the NTSB, who is going to be conducting the investigation in this manner. We are going to provide all the support that's necessary.
So with that, I'm going to ask John Johnaway from DC Fire EMS to provide
Good evening, everyone. I'm John Donnelly, Chief of DC Fire and EMS. This evening at 8:48, an alert sounded initiating a large regional response to a report of an aircraft.
Can you bring up push 7, show me hills for a male one that occurred on 99 southbound freeway?
Fire Department,
I'm not sure.
Columbia Fire Department, the Metropolitan Police Department, and the U.S. Park Police to respond in the area to sort that out. The first units arrived on the scene and found an aircraft in the water and began rescue operations.
Oh, it's on northbound I-5. Okay, they throw white bags out the car, huh?
7795, Angelo Road number 58, and 1210, Operation Potato.
Mutual aid agreement in Washington, D.C., the National Capital Region Mutual Aid Agreement administered by the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments, and we're all operating under that.
Yellow 5454841.
So we also have requested state police helicopters from Maryland, and the Coast Guard helicopter is working. So this is a state and federal response as well. U.S. Coast Guard's got some boats in the water as well. So it's a highly complex operation. The conditions out there are extremely rough for the responders. It's cold. They're dealing with relatively windy conditions. Wind is hard out on the river. So they're out there working. We're doing everything we can to keep them safe. And with that, I'll turn it back to you.
Chief Bonnet from MWA.
I'm Roy Bonnet, new fire chief. Unit 10, Steve Daly, Unit 2048. We received an alert from an FAA tower of an aircraft incident involving a commercial aircraft and a helicopter. Our units immediately responded and deployed 3 boats and immediately called mutual aid resources. Again, as Chief Donnelly said, it's an active operation that's going to last many hours as we continue to work through recovery efforts and rescue operations. This this will be ongoing for quite a while. Our thoughts and prayers are with the families and our communities. And we appreciate all these answers to our agency.
So with that, I wanted to turn to the senators
that were involved didn't want any law enforcement contracts signed to be anonymous.
for Senator Moran and then Senator Marshall.
Mayor, thank you, and Mr. Secretary, thank you. And our first responders, thank you very much for all that's taking place here. I'm Jerry Moran. I'm a United States Senator from Kansas, and I chair the subcommittee in Commerce Committee on Aviation. So we have really a serious and sad circumstance. We want to be here to be helpful, and we're praying that our responders are safe and the folks who are on that flight are recovered. The circumstance I would describe is that I know that flight. I've flown it many times myself. I lobbied American Airlines to begin having a direct nonstop flight service to DCA. That flight has
all right, this is the safest Walmart in Sacramento.
And it is certainly true that in Kansas and Wichita in particular, we're going to know people who are on this flight, know their family members, know somebody. So this is a very personal circumstance as well as
also, additionally, we did have Star in the area not too long ago, unknown if related in Washington Village.
Yeah, there's no survivors in that water. There's no survivors. That water's freezing.
Everything we can to make certain that
there's ice on that water.
And Congress is engaged in what needs to take place following the outcome of this month's kind of investigation. I've talked to NTSB, I've talked to the White House.
Not specifically advised. It was in the area of Lake Washington and Village, described as a Cessna caravan. Sometime in the last 2 hours. The Cessna tail number is
my colleague, Senator Marshall,
Nora
trying to make certain that we care for those certainly back in Kansas that were on that flight. But it's a reminder that there are people here in Washington, D.C., in this region, in Virginia, Maryland, and many places else that fly to and from Kansas. And so we're rooting and supporting all those, regardless of where you're from. Mayor, I appreciate the gathering here for us to try to provide information to those in Kansas and across your state. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Moran and Mayor, Secretary. You know, when one person dies, it's a tragedy, but when many, many, many people die, it's an unbearable sorrow. It's a heartbreak beyond measure. And I know Senator Moran and I are here just to...
See, he even said many, many, many people died. So they know, they done pulled out some bodies already.
I want the folks to back home to just know that we care, that we love them, and that this is a time when we'll have to join arms together and help each other out. We've been through things like this before, through tornadoes and floods and things, but it's really hard when you lose, you know, probably over 60 Kansans simultaneously. I don't want to forget the pilots and the flight
Washington toward Jefferson.
All those lives are so valuable. It is such a tragedy that we lost them. You know, I think often in times like this, I try to find a scripture that, you know, is apropos. And this is from the book of Psalms. It says, "The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit." Certainly we're crushed in spirit tonight.
Go ahead.
With the families who lost loved ones, and we truly are.
Van Union, Adam, Robert, Ida, 1.
Thanks for everybody for coming out tonight. Thank you for your thoughts and your prayers.
So certainly I speak for the people of Washington, 700,000 of us who are extremely sorry for the families who are experiencing loss tonight. And so we want you to know that we will continue to work with American Airlines to share information.
That was West Sacramento, and it wasn't a pursuit. He was just trying to catch up to a Porsche.
Out to the public. But my sorrow for all of the people in on the plane, and our military personnel on the helicopter is very deep. I do want to turn to Jack Carter, who is the CEO of our Airports Authority, responsible for Reagan National Airport and Dulles International Airport, to talk to you about how the airport responded and what's going to happen next.
Good evening, as was said, I'm Jack Carter, President and CEO of the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority. Thank you all for being here tonight and under these very, very grim circumstances. First of all, I want to let you know that we're providing support to all the families who are involved. American Airlines has established a phone number for them to reach out. It's been published, but let me repeat it. It's 1-800-679-8215. So families of folks that were on the plane were asked to contact them. We did have folks who were at the airport to pick up loved ones. And so American has set
There goes a police car. I need to see some emojis.
Lounge at the north end of the airport, and we've directed the families there, and there are folks there counselors there to work with the families. We did have aircraft that were in the air. They were diverted to Dulles Airport. Some 19 aircraft. We had personnel, United, and others had personnel. We want to thank WMATA for extending their hours on the Metro to make sure that those folks were accommodated. Right now, as was said earlier, we're in a rescue mode. We will continue in that rescue mode. I want to thank all of the mutual aid responders, all the counties, the district, Maryland and Virginia. Everybody's on site, doing the best they can, and numerous boats out in the water right now. NTSB is on site. I want to thank all the folks behind me, Secretary of the Mayor, two senators for all of their support. And we're going to continue to work through the night. I do want to make an announcement. People are concerned about what's going to happen in the morning. Reagan National
William Adams, Sam Henry, Tyler Nora, Georgetown, Hudson North, Person Mac Hill, Mary Adams, Charles Henry, Edward Lincoln.
We're going to continue
6-7-1965 on the PFA.
Over the course of the night, and we hope to have more news as it develops. But for right now, it's a very difficult situation out there. With the
Operation
it's very dark, but there are numerous boats out there. There are dive teams out there. So, again, we'll continue to work this situation, and I'll turn it back to the mayor. Thank you very much.
Thanks for that update. And you heard that in the National Capital Region, the District of Forest City, Washington, D.C. is at the center, but we are a close region. We have heard from the governors of Maryland and Virginia, the mayor of the city of Baltimore, all
District 31,
us personnel
5035, Rimwood Drive, Engine 31, Medic 621, Operation Day 2.
Local viewership. And just please let our first responders do their work. Try to let our vehicles get to scenes and through scenes. We don't want anybody else to get hurt because of moving vehicles. Okay, so we will be able to take questions. There's not a lot that we can say. We won't be able to say anything about an investigation, as you know. Once Fire and EMS completes the rescue operation, then the investigation goes over to the National Transportation Safety Board, and I'm sure the Safety Board, NTSB, will provide information about when they will be briefing.
So if you want an area check for fireworks, the Geneva Police Department.
Yes.
Kidnap van.
UOB 053096 053096.
Yes, both aircraft are in the water. The focus now is rescuing people, and that's what all of our personnel are focused on. And Chief, I think he's given a pretty good description. But
Edward Mary. Ida King, Edward Mary.
Boats are out doing searches. We have divers on both aircraft, and they're searching the airport, the aircraft at this point.
right there. Yes.
Have any survivors been found, and how many bodies have been recovered?
All we can confirm tonight is the number of people on each aircraft, 64 people on the American Airlines plane and 3 people on the military helicopter. And we can't provide any more information about recovery efforts.
You also talked about lost loved ones. So how do you know that?
I didn't say I didn't know people have lost loved ones. I said we can't talk about any of the recovery efforts in specific tonight. Yes.
Secretary Duffy,
So I'll call on who's next. Yes.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Bowser. Will this affect operations at Dulles and BWI? Will the Potomac River traffic be closed to the boats?
Yes. And so Jack has talked about. Talk about Dulles. I'm not sure we can talk about BWI, but we can talk about Dulles.
700 Max Road and 5 behind Madison, 19 meters. Faint voices heard in the background sounded like possibly a 415. Noted here's the phone number, 9525.
Obviously, that will be fluid. We'll learn more, but we wanted to advise passengers who might be coming to the airport in the morning that we will be closed until at least 11 o'clock.
Excuse me.
1 second. You're next.
Hi, Mayor. Thank you so much. So, just other than the current situation where we know the water is extremely cold and it's very dark outside, although the scientists are saying that there are numerous boats in the water, but what's the biggest challenges for the rescue? That's the scenario we can expect in the coming few hours. Good morning.
Go ahead.
The challenges are access.
The restrained unaserved
The
CPO.
water that we're operating in is about
clear, no local intact.
There is wind, there is pieces of ice out there, so it's just dangerous and hard to work in, and because there's not a lot of lights, you're out there searching every square inch of space to see if you can find anybody. And divers are doing the same thing in the water. The water is dark, it is murky, and that is a very tough condition for them to dive in. The question about the river, we'll make that decision later. The Coast Guard's on scene, and I would expect that it's not a high use time in the river, and we should not expect to have commercial recreational traffic on the river tomorrow.
Okay, 3 questions. 1, 2, 3.
Secretary Duffy, have you been in touch with the air jungle boys who were in the tower at the time of the crash?
I have not.
You have not. And second question, this is your first several hours in this position. What are your thoughts? What are you feeling right now?
124, medical aid code 2, District 24, 5033, Fletcher Court, 124, Operations A2.
I've been secretary for a little over a day, and the tragedy that we're going to deal with this recovery, I think is touching everyone's hearts, whether it's here in the greater DC area or in Kansas. And again, I think everyone here is for those who potentially have lost a loved one. And, thank you.
2041 is 646, 646.
Intertel.
Intertel.
Have Dom's DO number, each one.
Baker. Good.
Just 46 645, call out.
We're attempting a match for.
I know that the National Transportation Safety Board and its investigation will be able to search on all of those questions. We would be able to talk about that today. Yes.
Operations A2.
So I was not in the situation.
415 family, 59104 is pretty happy. Got a call from her sister. Says that her son, Hispanic male, 20 to 922.
We're exchanging information. I would just note that not just the local team, but the federal team has
over 1,500. I confirm at this time what you want to
crisis. I know the president was incredibly concerned about what's
Stockton and Elder Creek is where we're at.
Continue to hear more from him, and I'll continue to consult with him and the Secretary of
Charles 368982.
Absolutely. The president has committed to this team and to the DOT, that we will provide all resources necessary as we go through this recovery, but also
099 last one.
activity as the TSP investigates.
There we go.
Again, I don't think we can comment on that. Our focus is on getting
671.
the
Big shot.
crew out of the water.
6-7, David Long, go ahead.
South on 24th, 47 Ave. X-ray yellow. John 935. Could be silver 4 for 2 all lights.
Okay, we can take a few more questions. A question here, and here. Yeah.
US 923 Patrol will take that.
I can't say anything about the rescue operation right now.
Ellesmere Way.
Who was next? Yes.
Yeah, Chief Donnelly, can you speak a little bit more about the unified command to lead this phase of the rescue and recovery? At what point do you then change phases? And can you describe to us the scene as best you can with first responders and us?
So, I happen to be listening.
Johnny monitoring, to be able to have that way.
I listen to the responders come in, and as the initial response, they were
8,000 right side court off of Stevenson and Cottonwood.
If you can imagine, the river is a large black spot at night with no lights on it, except for a few buoy lights. So they were out there looking the boats pretty quickly.
I'm just wondering answering questions for that.
Get there.
Is that screaming through the box?
Going on right now. Everybody's working on that. We will reevaluate where we are with the rescue operation in the morning when we get a better sense of it. But we are still out there working, and we're going to continue that throughout the night.
RVTs or guards on 35 and RV221. Once again, there are no TVs or guards on 35.
No, we're all in the park.
Yes. Oh, you got a question. Somebody didn't get a question. Hold on. Yes.
I just wanted to ask you, how can estimate like an estimate yet and how long recovery efforts will take?
So, experiences like this, we expect to continue our operations in the fire department for multiple days.
Now 415 weapon, we've got a language barrier. So RP is hysterical. She's station trying to get further. RP said the husband pushed her, threatened to hurt her.
We're on power in right now, going north.
I want to take the call holding it up like that.
10-4.
Yeah, one here, en route to the right side. That is 90 seconds.
No. I mean, I think you just heard what she said. We're going to be out there as long as it takes. And we're obviously trying to get to people as soon as possible, but we are going to recover our folks.
Okay, we're gonna turn around because they're going somewhere down south on this street here. Southbound power in. Air 1 is en route as well.
So, from the fire department's point of view, we are always going to put people first. But I don't think I think our operations, because we have a unified command, we are working together, and the NTSB is in contact with us, and we'll work together to make sure that if there's crucial evidence that it's preserved. And that's something we do every day with our police department on crime scenes and things. That life comes first, and everything else is after that.
Yeah.
I know it's early, but are there any meeting back to the update? So, obviously, there'll be a review of what happened here tonight, and after the FAA studies what happened, we will take appropriate action if necessary to modify flight paths and
The 415 weapon, the RP station trying to get back to be told to walk out of the house. He says,
I spoke with the President's National Security Advisor, and I have not talked to the President yet, and I do not know what the mission was. So let me close by saying again, thank you to the members of the press that helped us get information out to the families. The American Airlines number is 800-679-8215. 800-679-8215. And I expect the airport will likely provide additional information in the morning. Thank you.
All right, you've been listening.
I think they said Stevenson Drive, and that's going to be one of the major crossings up here.
42 flying from Wichita, Kansas to Reagan National Airport. This is our live continuing coverage here on Fox 5. I'm Kenneth Bowden, along with my colleague Sharon Roget, taking over for our colleagues Jim Loke and Angie Goff. This was a very sobering news conference.
Okay, 197, you got 2 subjects down the front yard. I think somebody's making contact with them.
Survivors.
And the person apparently has a handgun. I don't know if it's silver or black.
Okay, somebody's supposed to have a handgun. Air 1 should be overhead.
But not saying.
So I'm trying to look for them.
Passengers.
See where they're at.
Presumed dead here, or presumed fatalities, I should say. They couldn't confirm that at this hour. Maybe out of respect. Maybe we've seen this before, where the search and rescue goes on for hours before they start calling this recovery effort. But we do know that there are a number of people presumed dead after this crash there into the Potomac.
Yeah, it's kind of unbelievable what we've been watching for the last 4 hours. There's the lights there on the Potomac River, signaling a very grim picture, as we just heard the mayor and the EMS fire chief talking about this unified command, 300 responders, divers, boats from the region. There are U.S. Coast Guard, so many agencies working right now, desperate to see if they can find anyone alive in those waters. I think that is the desperate call for some of the families from Wichita, Kansas. Again, this was a passenger flight, an American Airlines passenger flight, flight 5342, carrying 64 people on board that collided midair with a U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter. This was around 9.
Let me look up and see where Air 1 is.
3 people were on board that helicopter, which we have learned that it was conducting a training flight. Now, tonight during this press conference, again, as Kenneth alluded to, they did not mention any fatalities, yet we have not heard of anybody actually surviving these conditions either. These responders are up against a...
Okay, oops.
Seven 65 Sam 60 294.
It's off of Gerber and Power In. Okay, so we just got to keep going south. Gerber and Power In. But there's a helicopter now. They're cleared out.
Here again, if anybody is other than 65 Sam, we do not need you. Thank you so much. Go for it.
And they're code for anybody else responding out there, but we're not too far. We're going to go anyway.
On an Adam 32 on 11 Zizurans, 8982 Mandalay Court. RP's brother described an accident to his room and cut the camera in the garage. He's currently in his bedroom.
I don't know.
What?
There's that subject been hit by K9 and got 6 gun priors.
Sure, go ahead.
calls 456-6224. That's the two.
Okay, that's up Shannon's now.
Okay.
Adam, baby son.
Adam, good.
You live off of Gerber? Okay.
So we're at the Trade Center. 7 Tom, David Victor, 922. Be on that silver Ford, I don't know what it was.
Engine 19, vehicle accident, District 19, westbound Business 80 west of Arden Way, Engine 19, Operation B2.
Inspector 10908.
Why they got Stockton Boulevard closed down?
NE2, illegal burn, District 2, 1317, F Street, Engine 2, Operation E3.
$261 out of 3.
Oh, somebody done took out a power pole.
Here at West Allen Truckville on the Union Rock Mary 481. Hurry back.
Checked.
Hey, Dwayne, welcome in. Thank you for subscribing. This is Gerber and Stockton Boulevard.
In regards to the Ford Street, did you want us to know?
Yep, right by Picket Pool, right across. Yep, right by Picket Pool.
What I have for the text, okay.
Copy.
7073.
Marshal on notice.
One copy. Can we see if the RP and the brother can meet us at the entrance to the court?
We're on Stockton Boulevard going north, coming up to Florin Road.
Engine 98, diabetic problems, 6851, Lindbergh Drive, inbound southwest 2276 Concourse, B gate B22 East, PA 2241, diabetic problems, 6851, Lindbergh Drive, inbound southwest 2276 Concourse, B gate B22 East, PA 2241. Engine 108, crash fire, District 108, 4321, Paradise Drive, Engine 108, Operations A2.
Jim, get some chicken tenders. No, I don't eat those anymore. I eat vegetables.
6 person, concourse, inbound southwest.
No more fried foods.
Concourse B, B22, ETA 2241. This will be a secondary medical at the same location as the first. Engine 98 will be handling one, and regional will be handling the second.
342 LE924, this big person call.
Copy.
Medic 43, medical aid level 2, District 3, 6851, Lindbergh Drive, Medic 43, Operations A2.
Alright. 5-1, RP and Miller are walking off to this.
Copy.
Landing through George Paul, 729. White receivers have been up. Okay.
Super.
Engine 3, Medic 30, medical aid level 2, District 3, 6851, Lindbergh Drive, Engine 3, Medic 30, Operations A2.
The 14 family in Marconi. Caller heard a couple in the apartment above 26 and a physical for 15, female screaming for help. Now other neighbors are confronting the male and a verbal for 15 outside. No mention of weapons.
I see some lights on the shoes over there.
Engine 21, Medical 8, District 21, 7500, Greenback lane number 49, Engine 21, Operations A2.
21, we're okay, no problem.
Copy.
All right, good, Jim. Good night.
Can you show me how the subject's up? 12th is Blues Alley, out with a couple unstable.
Engine 111, Medic 111, Medical 8, District 116, 900, Offroad, Engine 111, Medic 111, Operations A2.
In progress, 490 Adamas Drive and 50. Common is 54-year-old son in a 415. The son's been terrorizing Comp and won't leave him alone. Son has put his hands on Comp, no medical aid needed. It's a 242 and 5C.
Definitely good.
Yeah, perfect.
It shows the left number 1. At the shell off of the book. No crime and negative 5150 at this point, and it's unconfirmed if he has a weapon or not. It was just seen via camera that he took an object up to his room.
Hi, Robbie. Also 35 and 36 called NBC. Not for the 36 native copy.
You just was coming up. George 2029 on his Nevada plate.
First 20, go ahead.
300 Paul 96. Should come back to a Ford.
I'm getting no record on file. Stand by trying the zeros associations.
It's 30, my MC's returned home.
Okay.
Engine 26, vehicle accident, District 26, 7905, Titan Drive, Engine 26, Operations A2. Medic 623, Parade 21, 7506, Plane Order 49, Medic 623, Operations A2.
Saturday, no, that's good.
Plymouth Drive, 7 Hateful, William 565, White Lexus with unknown or bike.
Yep.
He shows on bike stop. Really yards in percent.
Okay.
We'll be out soon. You were 10-1 tonight?
The jet bridge has connected to the aircraft. Fire is going to be triaging those patients for now.
Yes,
To a Jacqueline Castle out of Fernley, Nevada.
Copy to match 2 all systems by number, please.
Who's your first?
David 8979801. Mr. Potter, right?
Good.
Second is Frank 7714332. Last of Jackson.
Tennessee is in the house. Welcome in, Tennessee.
Hey, if you're still on West Gap, from Jefferson, there was it's like a later model black Jeep Cherokee. It's all blacked out, no plates.
and just took off eastbound. Or correction, westbound on West Cap. Okay, just pulled into a Maverick. Yeah, traffic stop at the vehicle. That's Maverick.
Copy Maverick, George West.
Tell me a second if there's a little. 2 mile.
George, do I copy?
George 1, are you at Maverick or at Circle K, West Haven, West Acre? Circle K. You got a white Acura with that on full bus.
10-4.
Maybe made you cheaper.
10-4. George 1, I copy. Drivers detained in cuffs.
Hey, Darlene, welcome in. Oh, Paul, we headed back to the Heights now.
Engine 11, medical aid code 2, District 11, 7455, Summerwind Way, Engine 11, Operations B3.
Sacramento Black Jeep.
Returns clear and occur until May 26th of this year on a 2015 Jeep registered to a Ezekiel Honda out of Sacramento. Number.
Two 36073.
Notice 625, Operations A2.
About an hour.
Okay. We can just try to tell you something.
District 11, 7455, Summerwind Way, Medicaid 06 Bravo, Operations B3.
Blade 685 Lighthouse, Los Apartments. The apartment 18D David, map page B.12.
Alright, dispatch, AMR 321 en route from Jackson to Sydney.
Investigator Rescue, District 2, 501, 16th Street, Truck 2, Operation D3.
Page 44, copy your route. 685 Lighthouse, block 6, purpose for 18D David. Has reduced to go to 4 alcohol the truck. Copy.
Report on 9 Paul Nora Williams 075.
Home 75 Charles 73, you can go for vehicle left north on Cadillac.
Blue 41, okay.
Right. Copy. Then 5 returning clear current to 2025 Honda out of Sherlock.
April 8, District 53, 7218, Stockton Boulevard, Mary Penn, Operations A3.
Version 822 Todd Intermediate.
Yeah.
Coming out of 925 at the remote in. Headed back to Mobile.
Hey, SPC Cruise, thank you for subscribing. Ooh, that guy just ran a red light.
Those were some rules.
Line 524, Home Port, Engine 42, Medic 32, Operations A2.
Are you ready to shoot 1014 from the west?
10-4, thank you. No sympathy, can you start 32 for the Honda?
Yes, sir. Child up and out of consciousness after having hives. Fire's landline will pick up planet, giving them pre-arrival instructions. 945, 76 copy.
6 a copy.
Record 3, CM6 copy the code.
Medic 6, Engine 6, Operations D3. Engine 56, Medical 8, District 56. 4413, 42nd and 56, operative E3.
What does a private investigator do? Well, one of the things I do for people is what's called a license plate lookup. So I have access to DMV records for majority of the states, and if you give me a license plate number or a VIN number, I can look up the registered owner's name and address. But you got to have a permissible purpose covered under the Driver's Privacy Protection Act in order for me to get it for you.
We get Houston coming, and fire code 3. I guess maybe days breathing, but in and out.
So if you need to get a license plate lookup, there's a link in the video description.
Seven a.m. 4:15 on my ground travel line.
Miss Harris, welcome in.
Air 1, check.
Squad 74, medical aid code 2, District 74, 6915, Elk Grove Boulevard number 245, Squad 74, Operations A3.
Madam, start me one more, no code.
Well, it looks like 12 items en route.
Hey, base 343. Officer 643, we just update fire a male juvenile 1-year-old, and it's probably an allergic reaction or something with hives, but be alert and breathe in with mine.
Okay.
Hey Janice, thank you for the subscription. Welcome in.
Convenience kids here, clear for 31 Adam, 2600 Auburn Boulevard.
Deployed.
Taser deployed.
Okay, taser deployed.
Go
ahead.
Brush on Old Placerville, 7 Union Sam William 837. Blue Corvette with 1, all advised.
Super.
All right, folks, we're getting ready to end this stream. I want to thank you all for coming in and riding along with me. It was, we'll be back again tomorrow, but I want to thank you all for coming in. So you guys have a good night.
One Alpha 22, 1 Alpha 25, Sam 2 to copy. SSD is requesting a code 3 cover at 2600 Auburn Boulevard. They have one uncooperative and a taser Deploy.
Hold on, wait.
Sir, copy.
Hold on, where is that at? That might be close. Let's see here.
Wilson the law rib, 8 Zebra Boy 0978 on the silver Mercedes was unknown. All eyes.
Oh, that's 3 miles away. No, that's far.
And there's a open door to suite number 3, but it looks like an oversight.
It'll be over by the time we even get there.
Cleared out when 41 gets